do very brief presentations, brief, because we have a long meeting. And then we're going to go to public comment, and then we're going to go to the board. Public comment today for all items will be 1 minute. And as the public is going to restrain themselves, I'm going to ask my colleagues to do the same. So with that, welcome to the VTA Board of Directors regular meeting of Thursday, June 4th, and we are now called to order. I want to thank all of you very much for joining us. At this time, I'm going to ask all of my colleagues to unmute their mics so that we can do a roll call to see who's joined us. And Elaine, will you do the roll call, please?
Lankley, Bruins,
Present.
Carr,
I'm here.
Carrasco,
Present.
Cortese,
Here.
Davis, Dieppe,
Present.
Ellenberg, Jones,
Here.
Nis,
Here.
Ricardo, McAllister,
Here.
Miller,
Here.
Nunez,
Here.
O'Neill,
Here.
Peralez,
Here.
Rennie,
Here.
Hendricks,
Attending.
Chavez.
Here.
Madam Chairperson, we have a quorum.
Lovely. Thank you. Let's please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United
States of America.
and to the
Republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God,
indivisible,
with
with liberty and justice for all.
We're now moving to item 1.3, and this is the orders of the day. We have a revised agenda reflecting the updated amounts for agendas item 7.6, the Sheriff Contracts Amendment, and agenda item 7.7, the fiscal year 2021 BART Operations and Maintenance Budget Augmentation. The revised reports are in the online packet. Staff is requesting that we place the following regular agenda items on consent. This is item 7.2, the technology maintenance licensing and support contracts. Item 7.3, partial assigned contract amendment with Aldridge Rosenden JV. Item number 7.4, resolution to apply for the fiscal year 2019-2020 low carbon transit operations program funds. Item 7.5, fiscal year 2019 annual report and sustainability plan. Item 7.8, the extension of delegation of emergency powers. Are there any changes that my colleagues would like to request? And if you would, colleagues, I'm going to ask that you use the little blue hands that are available to us. And I'm going to call on Director McAllister.
Yeah, I have two. One, I'd like to keep 7.4 on the agenda. And on the orders of the day, I would like the chair to reconsider the 1 minute speaking. Just because we're Zoom, I think we are losing the opportunity to include the public for their full transparency, allow them to speak. To limit it to 1 minute doesn't give it the opportunity for them to really present their ideas and make some rush. I think it's a disincentive as we move forward for people if they're sitting on a phone call for a couple hours to speak for 1 minute. Doesn't give them an opportunity to do it. And I think in the future, it will just discourage public input, which could also be a disadvantage because we are trying to be transparent at all opportune times. Other agencies do not limit public speaking to 1 minute unless there is a large audience. And from what I gathered from our last couple of meetings, we have not had a large audience, that we've only had 3, 4, 5, maybe 10 at most. And so I think a reconsideration of the 1 minute would be best for us to allow the public to speak and fully vent themselves.
So on that front, what I would do is ask my colleagues if there are other colleagues who want to weigh in on that topic now, because I'm happy to take other comments on that. that subject. On the orders of the day, Glenn Hendricks.
Yeah, I was ready to make a motion, and I'm okay for this meeting with the 1 minute, but I was ready to make a motion on the other piece whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Any other comments on the subject of 1 minute? If anybody else would like me to change that. Director Nunez?
So do we know how many persons we have for public comment? Or so one, I agree with the 3 minutes. If there are not that many persons, and I recall we didn't have that many last time. I found at our last city council meeting, when we put the limitation on, we were averaging one person per item, and it just seemed persons that had been waiting a long time, we didn't really get an opportunity to hear out their whole thoughts. So unless there's a number of persons in line, I don't think 3 minutes is out of the question.
So on this, I have a question for staff. On our orders of the day, we do take public comment.
We usually don't, Madam Chair, but we have some hands raised, and I'm assuming they're.
I'm assuming if we take a vote on an item that it's open to public comment and it's listed as a separate agenda item.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Evelyn?
Yes, I'm nodding my head. That's correct, Chair.
Okay. Supervisor Cortese?
Sir, Chair Chavez, I don't know if you've considered in your role as chair suggesting the possibility of doing what we do with the county supervisors meetings or something very similar to that. But for those that are concerned about, hey, when you have a few speakers, I'm talking about public comment now. I think we go, well, you know the rules there, but
yeah,
it's 5 or less is 3 minutes. 6 to 15 is 2 minutes. And if we're overwhelmed with speakers in everyone's interest, including the people are talking about those who have to wait a long time to speak and being concerned about them, about the people who have to wait a long time to speak because there's 47 people in front of them. So I think there's some interest in keeping that to a shorter time, like 1 minute when you have dozens of people. So I'm like I said, you know how we do it at the county. We changed it a couple of years ago. It seems to work well.
If you all want to, I'm managing the meeting on your behalf. I'm the chair, but if you want to open up more public comment time, I'm fine with that. It's really up to you all. And let me just make a couple of observations about the meeting. So first of all, I would just say to all of my colleagues that the meeting gets late, and the good news is we don't have a lot of drop off, but I'm going to remind you that we have closed session and we have about 2 hours worth of hearing before we get to closed session. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that I think because of the size of the body, I'm also comfortable with us on any given item not exceeding a 5-minute exchange with our questions and our answers from the public, so that if we have multiple people who want to weigh in on an item, that there's an opportunity for multiple people to weigh in instead of just 1 or 2 people weighing in. It doesn't mean I would limit it for the whole subject. It means that each person would get their bite at the apple, and then we could come back if there are other speakers. And the reason I'd like to do that is I think it's really important that people do weigh in. That being said, we can try it for tonight. And when I first got here, one of the biggest concerns I got from my colleagues was the way our time was being managed at the board meeting. So I'll ask if you guys want to, if you're comfortable with us capping an exchange, that means your questions and your feedback to 5 minutes. You can time yourself. You all have reset buttons, again, to be respectful to the whole board. If nobody else wants to ask questions, you can keep going on that topic. Second, I've asked all the staff to not exceed any report beyond 5 minutes and to have slides so that it's engaging for all of you. And then the third thing I would say is for everybody who's here, I would prefer not to have have people stop their video, because the other thing is that in terms of really demonstrating we're engaged, we all want to be engaged. Let's keep those videos on and let's be engaged. I'll assume when the video's off that you're not present. And the reason for that, you guys, is that I think you're right that we want to hear from the public. I also think we want to use the public's time appropriately, our time appropriately, and the staff's time appropriately. So those are my thoughts and my recommendations. What I would say on the public comment side of this, I'm gonna thanks, Dave. Elaine, did you want to speak too?
Madam Chair, I just wanted to note for the record that Board Member Liccardo has joined us.
Thank you.
And that typically before the Zoom meetings, our public speaker time was 2 minutes, not 3.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for catching that. But I think what Bob is saying is that their council, it's 3. Yeah.
Right.
Lon, did you want to weigh in?
Yeah, so I would just say I think it's up for our discussion because the chair, I kind of made it in a motion or something, but I would just say in any meeting I've attended, I'm comfortable with the chair using her discretion, deciding, per item, per, the group of speakers to limit or not limit accordingly. I understand your intent in this, but I don't know if it's worth making formally a motion that every item today's agenda will be 2 minutes or 1 minute. I'm perfectly fine with the chair using her discretion to move this meeting along expeditiously.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna, Mayor Liccardo.
Thanks. No opinion on the timing issue. I just wanted to offer, some of us don't have very good bandwidth in terms of internet service in our homes. And as a result, keeping the video on is very difficult in terms of being able to keep the transmission.
Yeah, and I think I really appreciate you raising that, Sam. And also the other thing I'll tell you is I've been trying to keep you guys on mute if you're not here, only for your own, benefit. Because sometimes you don't know when you've turned it off or on, or I don't always. Okay, so with that, I'm going to now on item 1.3, we have a motion to accept the changes to the consent calendar, and that includes the removal of 7.4 out of the items that I've listed. And I know I had a motion from Glenn.
I said I was ready to make a motion, and yes, I would make a motion that says we update the orders of the day to remove 7.2, 7.3, 7.4, 7.5, 7.8.
Well, we're putting those on consent.
You're correct, on to consent.
And then we're leaving 7.4 off consent. Okay. And may I get a second?
Second.
And the second was from?
Bob Nunez.
Oh, thanks, Bob. Sorry.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right. We got a motion and a second. We'll take a roll call vote on that, on the orders of the day. And I will leave the discretion of the speakers in my purview, but I am going to respond by, for public comment today going 2 minutes. And I'm going to judge the rest of the evening based on where we are in our agenda. All right. So with that, we're going to.
For the roll. Oh, okay. Are we doing roll call?
Well, I'm assuming these are public speakers for 1.3. Speakers for 1.3, that because that's the item that's before us, and I see.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't know the answer to that question, but I'm going to assume it's for orders of the day.
All right, we can go ahead and ask them if they wanted to speak under orders of the day. Hang on for a second. Rainey?
Yes.
Hello, this is Blair Beekman. I can speak under orders of the day today.
Yes, you may speak now, Mr. Beekman.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to comment that I know the city of Berkeley also does the same system as the county of Santa Clara and has a, after 5 or 10 speakers, they limit time. And good luck in how you're trying to navigate this. I thank Councilperson McAllister for mentioning what he has said. And it's nice that we have choices. And I thank Supervisor Chavez for wanting to try 2 minutes and seeing how a meeting can ebb and flow. And she's been trying to do that a lot. And good luck with how to note that ebb and flow and really work to support the public. Thank you.
Mr. Bradley?
Evening, everybody. This is Eugene Bradley, Silicon Valley Transit User Founder. I echo Board Member McAllister's comments about having speakers go 2 minutes instead of the usual 1 minute. Not everybody can talk as fast as some people do. I personally take a little bit of time to get all my thoughts out. 2 minutes is only the most logical thing to have because you can't cram an idea in a sound bite. Real world does not work that way, folks. I'm sorry. So let's stick with this let's go back to having the 2 minutes thing, because having the public speak a little bit longer than 1 minute, keeping it 2 minutes, it sends a message from VTA that lets us know that the public is welcome when they're allowed to at least speak at 2 minutes. Thank you.
Mr. Mulligan, you may speak whenever you're ready.
Yeah, this is Sean Mulligan. I think the 2 minutes is a reasonable amount of time. That's, I guess, all I'll say. I was able to communicate some points with the joint VTA BART meeting, for which the 2 minutes was actually very useful. I got some good engagement out of Director McPartland, so I clearly got the point across in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
So can we get a roll call vote?
Okay, just to the maker and the seconder of the motion, this is to approve the orders of the day and putting agenda items 7.2, 7.3, 7.5, and 7.8 to the consent agenda. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll do the roll call now. Carr,
Yes.
Carrasco,
Yes.
Cortese. I will come back to, thank you. Dieppe,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Clicardo,
Aye.
McAllister,
Yes.
Nunez,
Yes.
Peralez. I will come back to member Peralez. Rennie,
Yes.
Hendricks,
Yes.
Chavez,
Yes.
Peralez.
Sorry, I'm an aye.
Okay, thank you. That passes with unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. We're now going to move to item 2.1, and this is information item to recognize staff for their good works. And so this is our awards and commendations, and I'm sorry we're doing it virtually. It's not the same as doing it when we're all together, but and I appreciate Nodia getting us to do this again. So employees and supervisors of the quarter for the second quarter of 2020. And here are tonight's honorees. Rebecca De Leon, management analyst, has been with VTA for 2 years. She is the administration employee of the quarter. She's made significant contributions, which have benefited staff and the agency as a whole. This includes the instrumental work she has done in setting up portals for documents sharing and for project collaboration. Thank you very much and congratulations to her. Alvaro Pantoa, a transit mechanic, is being recognized as a maintenance employee of the quarter for the positive work environment. In the 11 years he has been with VTA, Mr. Pantoa has served as a role model for his peers and tackled challenges with a positive outlook. Kermit Cuff, Transit Service Development Supervisor, is being recognized as Supervisor of the Quarter for the invaluable work he's done for VTA over the past 40 years. He has shown tremendous dedication to his job and devoted countless hours to several projects, the most recent which was the new Transit Service Plan. Congratulations to our employees and Supervisor of the Quarter. Let's give them a round of applause. A little bit virtual, but there you go. Thank you, and these are virtual plaques and virtual hugs. Thank you very much for all of your leadership and for all the staff's work. Item 2.2 is the retirement commendations. Tonight we are honoring the retirees who have 25 or more years of service. John Harris, the transportation supervisor, helped implement new, more efficient work processes and took initiative to improve the operator bid process at the bus divisions. John provided 40 years of distinguished public service. Tommy Tabora, senior transit mechanic, took pride in his work, performed his duties in an outstanding manner, and was a role model to his fellow coworkers. Romy provided 39 years of distinguished public service. Cherry Gonzalez, assistant superintendent, chaired the track allocation program and monitored the operations control center effectively for many years. Cheryl provided 33 years of distinguished public service. Diana Jimenez, coach operator, demonstrated passion for her work and commitment to safety while attaining 29 years of safe driving, thereby earning the prestigious 2 million miles Operator Safety Award. Diana provided 33 years of distinguished public service. Thank you for to our retirees for your service and commitment to VTA. Congratulations, and I hope all of you have a joyful, well-deserved retirement. Thank you. Next up, we have Agenda 2.3, which is Krista Ray Corporate Work Study Program Intern Commendation. These interns have spent their time this past year helping various departments of VTA. They each demonstrated professionalism, eagerness to learn, and a positive attitude. VTA staff values the work they have done. Congratulations to the following for successfully completing your internship with VTA. First, Marcela Contreras, and she worked in the board office. Yay. Jesus Diaz Cruz, transit and bus operations. Look at that smile. Maria Lopez, retirement services department. Thank you, Maria. Alexis Martinez, community outreach and public engagement. Oh, yeah, did I say that right? Alexis, all right. Thank you, Alexis. Bianca Martinez, enterprise risk management. Thank you very much, Bianca. Mauricio Ochoa Estrada, system safety and compliance. Thank you. Sammy Tonga, regional transportation. Thank you, Sammy, for your work. Moises Bensis, Office of Civil Rights. Thank you very much. Oh, our freshmen too, wow. Congratulations to each one of them. A couple of our interns were senior students, and I would like to take this opportunity to celebrate them. Marcela Contreras and Maria Lopez, congratulations on your graduation. Your hard work and perseverance and sacrifice have paid off. On behalf of VTA and all of my colleagues on the Board of Supervisors and everybody who works with us, we wish you all the best in your future endeavors, and I am sure you will continue to make us proud. Yay! Let's do our virtual handshakes. Claps. Thank you. Our last item in agenda on this part of the agenda is item 2.4, and this is to adopt a resolution of appreciation for outgoing VTA board member Richard Tran. This item was originally scheduled for adoption at our March board meeting, but was deferred. And I would like to ask if we could get a motion and a second to adopt the resolution of appreciation for our outgoing board member, Mr. Tran, Mayor Tran. So may I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
A motion from Magdalena, and the second was from
Rennie.
From Rob Rennie. And then may I get a roll call vote?
Carr,
Yes.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Cortese. Member
Aye.
Cortese, thank you. Dieppe, Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo,
Aye.
McAllister,
Yes.
Nunez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Aye.
Rennie,
Aye.
Hendricks,
Yes.
Chavez.
Yes.
I'm going to come back to Board Member Dieppe. Okay, I'll mark him as absent for this vote. Motion passed with 11 ayes and 1 absent. Thank you.
Thank you. By any chance, is Richard Tran on the line with us?
No, Madam Chair.
No, okay. Let's
Excuse me, Madam Chair. There is Tessa who would like to speak before the public meeting, or would you allow that?
Yes, of course.
Thank
If
you.
it's on this item, yes, of course.
Tessa?
Yeah, hi, I'm here, right?
Yes, you might speak now.
You hear me? Okay,
Yeah.
good. My 1 minute. All right, good. Well, I don't know why I'm on this item. I guess what I did want to thank you because you're doing a very good job compared to the city of San Jose. And one of the things that I noticed in the city of San Jose that they don't do that you are doing, County, which I appreciate, is you're putting up the agenda. And whereas in the meetings, the council meetings, they don't do that. They don't, so you don't know where you're at. and so I really appreciate you do that. You could even do it more where you can have it at the bottom of your screen or something where you have, it up all the time as a, reference. Like we see you, Cindy Chavez, we could have that screen up too, another camera. So that was a suggestion. And then I guess I was just thinking how much I appreciated Monica Malin as our transit advocate, good for her volunteering, so I found out about this meeting, reminded about this meeting, got the link from Zoom. I think the government should be putting it out to all of us. You're able to reach us. You'd call us about Santa Clara Health. You should be letting us know, look, the meeting's happening. It used to be back in the Greek era, you had to participate in your democracy. I think you need to let us know that these are happening and give us alerts and give us these, how to get into the meeting. So that's my suggestion. All right. Oh, another meeting. I have another minute.
Yes, you
All
do.
right, fine. Okay, that's wonderful. I thought it was going to be public comment, and maybe that's coming up because I haven't looked at the agenda. Again,
that's the next thing.
What was that?
That's next up.
Oh, okay, good, sweetie, thanks. So anyway, I guess I have this 30 seconds more. Basically, the VTA, the status of the VTA needs to be really looked at in regards to COVID-19. And my inspiration was that we really need to have open air buses like the trolley style so that we deal with the issue of closed infrastructure that spreads more disease. So more like Santa Barbara, where you hop on the trolley, it's all free, it's on major roads, it's open air, and that's just a vision for the future as we go forward into our climate crisis. And
all right. So with that, we're going to take a roll call. Did we take a roll call vote already? We did, right? Okay. So with that, we're going to move on then to item 3, and this is public comment. And this is to speak to an item that is not on the agenda, but within the purview of the committee. And I'm going to ask the staff to call our speakers. I'm going to give them a minute to get all of our public speakers to sign up, because I will be calling on the public speakers, and then we're going to open that part of the hearing, and then I will close it.
Madam Chair, we have 13 who wants to speak.
I'm sorry, I was just going to give people a chance to get as many people. Just give me one moment.
Okay.
Thank you. So we have 13 public speakers, and at the will of the board, we will give each speaker 2 minutes. I'm gonna, if I could, I'm gonna cap it at 15. Thank you.
Mr. Roland, you may speak now.
Thank you. So,
yeah, we need to change the screen. Thank you. I'm sorry, Roland, would you hold one moment? We need to reset the screen to 2 minutes. Or not. Thank you, Roland. Just one more. We're just going to get ourselves organized here. There you go. Roland, you may begin. Roland? I think we need to go to the next speaker.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Oh.
Go ahead, Roland. Try again.
Roland? Yes. Go ahead, please. I'll get back to you, Mr. Roland. Mr. Scott Mays. Scott Mays.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Scott Mace. I live in San Jose. I am a bus rider, a transit rider, and a bicyclist. I would like to urge this board to support faster transit. I know there's been some discussion about it in previous months. I would urge VTA to work with the private sector to identify funding for a study for a countywide signal system so we could make signal preemption a reality for VTA buses and light rail, which will increase transit speed and efficiency and help bring riders back to transit after the pandemic.
Thank you.
Am I
Mr.
still there?
Roland?
So can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Mr. Roland, go ahead, please.
Okay, good. Thank you. So a couple of things. With regard to the public involvement, I would really like us to retain the public record. Some of us are spending hours, if not entire nights, analyzing reports and writing letters to the board. These reports make it to committee, and then when the item comes back to the board, guess what? Everything disappeared, everything's gone. But the worst thing is that the entire record of the meeting disappears. And the reason why it's disappearing is because you're not archiving the videos. You're the only public agency in the entire area who doesn't do this. If you want to understand what I'm talking about, go to your public meeting portal, scroll down to the bottom, look at past meetings, and look on the right-hand side column. It's empty. There is nothing there. And under the orange RSS box, that's where the video links should be. They're not there. And then the last point on the 2 minutes, I appreciate that. I'm good with 1 minute at board meetings, but 1 minute at committee meetings, it just doesn't cut it. I mean, that is beyond ridiculous. We just had GNA when we had 1 minute, and now we have a board meeting, we get 2 minutes. As far as I'm concerned, that's backwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roland. Mr. Daniel? Mr. Daniel, you may speak now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. To urge VTA to invest in faster transit. According to your own stats, declining transit speeds cost almost $70 million just to operate at the levels we had in 1990. Thus, VTA is spending more money for less service. To solve this problem, we need faster transit so people can travel faster while VTA can save money like on fuel wasted stuck in traffic. To improve transit frequency and increase service to new areas. If we can increase VTA ridership, we will have reduced congestion and thus making transit faster. Thus making transit faster will be a great way to increase VTA ridership. Signal preemption is key to making transit faster. The state will pay for the transit system. The federal government might help with the newly introduced Invest Act. The city of San Jose is already starting to talk about a transit first policy. I was there at the city council meeting back in February, and council people are willing to push for it in Santa Clara, but we need now to work with the private sector to get funding for a city for a county-wide system, signal system, so that we can make signal preemption a reality, which will increase transit speed and efficiency and help bring riders back to transit. Thank you.
Mr. Jonathan, I am unmuting you. You may proceed.
Hi, I'm here. The signs that VTA has posted on its bus stops that mock people for reading them, that say, "Why are you even here reading this? Go home," are inappropriate, disrespectful, and rude. In a time when people are doing the best they can to get by, it is upsetting that the VTA would treat its riders and the general public with such ridicule and condescension. It is disturbing to me to think that someone who works for a public agency and was paid to come up with a slogan making fun of their constituents at a time when so many are struggling. When I first called customer service to complain about these signs, the person didn't even believe that they were the VTAs, despite my assurances that they were. Their suggestion, I took a photo and emailed it to customer service, expressing how wrong I thought the signs were and asking for them to be removed. A week later, response, customer service again spoke to someone different. I was hopeful that the requirement for masks would be new signs and that you might rethink the wordage, but the new signs still contain everything that was wrong with the old ones. I do not understand how these signs were allowed to be written this way in the first place, or how the board of directors could possibly approve such messages to the public. It shows how out of touch the VTA's marketing department, general management, and board of directors are with the public they're supposed to be serving. I hope I can get the ball rolling on a change in this area, because it's disturbing to think that the VTA spends time and money on such things when they have so much trouble providing basic services to riders. You know, when you go to the grocery store, you are not challenged on entry on whether your trip is required that day. They're not people joyriding on the buses. It's not a roller coaster. You need to show respect for the people who ride transit, challenging every single person who goes to a bus stop or walks by, you know, for reading a public service announcement, and you think it's being funny. Aha, we got you. You shouldn't have been reading this. It's just wrong, and you need to do something about it. And if you won't take them down, I will. Thank you.
Cole, you may proceed now.
Thank you. This is Cole Cameron out in the Cambrian area, where my fellow Cambrian, Monica, you'll be hearing from shortly, will be speaking. Before that, I'd like to say thank you to the board for appreciating your staff. Elaine has just always been very helpful whenever I've needed something, and I really appreciate that. And of course, we have to have some background noise going on with our hounds. I'm just chiming in with many others here to say, if we can get more efficient signaling, that would really speed things up, get better traffic going, improve our ridership, hopefully. And so I hope we can find some funding for that, working with private individuals, and make this happen. Thank you very much. I'm complete. Save you guys a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Mr. Bigman, go ahead, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. At public comment today, I wanted to thank the board secretary staff as they wrote back to answer that if I write a polite letter of request for the audio video of previous committee meetings since shelter-in-place orders of March 2020, they can work out a system. I can be emailed audio video of VTA committee meetings that I asked for. This could be a good stopgap measure until the VTA can work out a system to announce on the public website how an everyday person can review VTA committee meetings since shelter in place has started. I speak of this here at public comment today to help the VTA public process and to help with questions of transparency brought up at public comment VTA BOD meeting here in May. Roland LeBron offered an interesting letter on item 8 of the G&A committee today. There is a clear California law that the public does not have to sign into the public meeting process, making for very interesting questions about the future use of Zoom apps, data collection, and the virtual public meeting process. Thank you and good luck on how to navigate, how to invite the public more to these discussions and what you have to do for that. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bigman. Ms. Strong, you may speak now.
Hi, my name is Wyan Tro. I am with Mothers Out Front for a Livable Climate. First, thank you for your hard work during this crisis. I wholeheartedly support Turnout for Transit's proposal for a countywide signal preemption. I urge VTA to work with the private sector to get funding for a study for a countywide signal system. Please do whatever you can to move to countywide simple preemption as quickly as possible for climate as well as ridership. Because of COVID, ridership is way down. Transit is losing millions of dollars. Low ridership will mean traffic will intensify, and if service is cut, riders may not even be able to get to work or to school or run essential errands. Signal preemption is a solution that will address all of these issues. It will dramatically increase transit speed and make transit more competitive with driving. This will increase ridership and help reach our climate goals. Finally, I urge those of you who work at the county to continue to work towards establishing a public bank. A public bank will help fund many of the programs and services and needs that have intensified due to COVID, feeding the hungry, addressing the homeless crisis, building affordable housing, helping fund training for transition to clean energy jobs, and increasing and improving public transit so that it is usable. The climate crisis will not wait. It still threatens our young people's futures in their lifetime. We have less than 10 years to make significant progress. We need a public bank to help us fund climate solutions and more. Thank you again for your service. By the way, I absolutely love the humorous signs at bus stops. I enjoy the humor a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Strong. Monica, you may speak now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Monica Mallon, and I'm with Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action. Hopefully all of you received a letter yesterday that was signed by over 70 youth, transit riders, environmentalists, and supporters from throughout the county. The letter is asking VTA to work on transit speed improvements that would improve efficiency, provide more service per dollar, and make transit a more viable option for residents coming out of the pandemic. We're requesting that you work with the private sector to get funding for a countywide signal system so that we can make signal preemption a reality. This would, as I already said, improve speed and efficiency and help us use our scarce resources in the best possible way. I know that this has been discussed before and that you've already approved a fast transit policy and transit speed policy, but with this letter and these comments, we're saying that we're ready to work with you to help make this a reality. We understand that this is not going to be easy, and we're really here and ready to do whatever we can so we can hopefully gather a coalition of the willing and make this happen and really start to improve transit here in Santa Clara County. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Eugene Bradley, go ahead, please. You may speak now. Eugene.
Hello. I only got to unmute just now. Anyway, this is Eugene Bradley, Silicon Valley Transit Users Founder and CEO once again. Anyway, I also support the need for transit signal priority countywide. I was on before COVID-19 struck, I was on VTA Light Rail, the Mountain View and Winchester line back in December. I noticed that it had stopped at Mountain View Expressway at a stoplight. This is light rail stopping at a major expressway during a stoplight like the rest of the car traffic. Most everywhere I've been, the light rails either separated or else it ran on a signal priority in regards to other traffic. It made no sense why people had to sit there like myself and wait 2 minutes for a stop sign like we were a regular car, especially since it's supposed to be an alternative to driving. It turned out to be even slower than driving. By having transit signal priority throughout the county, you could help end the mythos about transit taking 2 hours to go 5 to 10 miles when driving could easily be done even in traffic for about half the time. Anyway, let's get the transit signal priority going throughout the county. Oh, by the way, one more thing. As somebody who also frequently takes the 22 and 522, I don't know if anybody can actually name a better way to actually discourage joyriding. I can understand part of the message behind it, doing some marketing myself. One of the things I've seen from where I used to live in Santa Cruz County was the issue of joyriding. And reading from the signs that you did have to question why they even taking the bus, part of that is to discourage joyriding. You don't want somebody that doesn't need to be on the bus taking it, especially in the midst of a global pandemic when they should be at home. Thank you.
Thank you, Eugene. Mr. Perry, I am unmuting you. Please, you may speak now. Perry. Okay. We will go back to you. Tessa.
Oh, thank you very much. You can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Well, I think all this, trying to make it faster and all this stuff is like so minutia. I mean, I'm glad that we're working on this faster and to signal control. I'm happy that they're thinking and encouraging you to use the corporations, that we need corporate funding so that we can make transit free. But we really are in a serious issue with climate change, and all the research shows that we need to make drastic changes. And this, working around the edges is really because of the criminal, I'm calling it criminal inaction of our county supervisors and our city council, that we didn't go for the issue of foresee the future, which was the bus rapid transit, and with the accompanying bicycle lanes in the median. That was the plan. We spent $10 million on that plan, and you all said no to it. There were really social equity issues in that plan that was going to make it to go from East San Jose, where we're all saying the Black and brown people live, and we got to take care of them. But you didn't do that. You didn't do that. You are criminals. You are responsible for the upheaval of our racism, because you acted racist by not doing what we needed to have done, which was to have the bus rapid transit to go from East San Jose to Palo Alto in half the time. And that was the plan. And you said no. So you have all, blood on your hands for what's happening in our culture, because this is what we were supposed to do. And you didn't do it. And you still haven't done it. And now the only thing we can do is we need to electrify these bus rapid transit, make them open air, make the bicycle lanes so that they're.
Thank you, Tessa. Mr. Alex, you may speak now.
Hi, this is Alex Shore. I'm speaking on my own behalf and not on behalf of any organization for which I work or a commission on which I sit. I want to thank VTA planners and staff for working so hard to speed up the signal priorities in our community. As someone who worked every day in VTA's offices for 2.5 years, I believe very deeply in the mission of VTA and what you all are trying to achieve. And it was frustrating at times to see the signals, as I think you all feel, not being quite as fast as we would like. If I rode my bike from my home near Diridon Station to VTA's offices on North First Street, that would be a 48-minute round trip commute. And if I took light rail, it would take me 40 to 50 minutes on average. So it is incredibly frustrating to live near Diridon Station and not be able to get to a workplace along North First Street in less time than it takes me to bike ride, about half. So anything you all can do to continue to put priority on this issue, to talk with staff, to cajole your colleagues in the cities in which you work and reside and represent is greatly appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Alex. Kevin,
Hello?
you may speak now. Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I'm Kevin Ma. I'm a resident of Palo Alto. Previously, before COVID-19, I take the 22 in the mornings to volunteer at the hospital. But the issue is that at some point, it's really frustrating if it's been 40 minutes and the Rapid 22 hasn't even showed up the expected 3 times. I understand there's a lot of issues that go with that, traffic, but signaling is a big component of that. And as such, I urge the VTA to work on getting any study done to get a countywide signal system, because if it's going to be left to the cities, it's not going to really add up over time, because we all want a transit system that is on time and reliable. Otherwise, we want to go for different alternatives. Like 40 minutes, I could probably walk to my location at that point if I need to wait. And on a different topic, I would like to see the board take a measure for public comment that's done by the city of Mountain View, which is to provide a method for the board, the clerk, to also give just to verbalize certain public comment that's sent by email in like a few hours before the meeting, because not everyone can make this time frame. But there's also there's also a bit of a paranoia that if you send it in an email, it kind of gets drowned out in the staff packet. So it would be nice to hear those things kind of verbalized anyway. And thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Sean, go ahead, please. Sean?
Yeah, I'm here. I sent you guys some email regarding the 2 VTA BART stations and getting them officially named by the BART board, which I don't think has ever been done. Public Utilities Code Section 29.036 requires that the BART board give due consideration to all recommendations submitted, and I forward my emails to the BART board asking them to agendize this matter at either next Thursday's BART board meeting or at a special board meeting to be held at the station opening itself on June 13th. It is beneficial that this gets on board and media attention. Both VTA and BART have put out communications this weekend still calling the station Berryessa Station by email. The road signs still say Berryessa Station Way, and the signs on BART from Daly City to Milpitas and Richmond to Milpitas refer to the end of line station as Berryessa without the North San Jose. The city of San Jose can send us someone to speak on why this name was chosen, as Fremont did with the Warm Springs South Fremont station name. VTA can also send somebody. Public Utilities Code Section 29.036 is good government planning law. Let's follow it and get official names from the BART board. Without correct signs and communications, it's much harder for anyone to know the way to San Jose. After spending $2.3 billion, people had better know the way to San Jose. Thanks.
There's still one more, Chair. Perry? I'm sorry, we cannot allow you to talk. The Zoom that you have, the version is, you need to upgrade your version. So Zoom will not be able to accommodate your call.
All right, so I'm gonna go back and we are closing public comment on the public comment. And we're now gonna move to item 4. These are public hearings, and so the staff is gonna give a presentation. And I am, tonight I'm gonna change my strategy relative to how people weigh in. So let me just read this material. I'm gonna ask the staff to stick to the timeframes that you were given, and we'll see how this goes tonight. So this next item is item 4.1, and it's the resolution of necessity. And I'm gonna also remind folks to be on mute if you're not speaking, just because I wanna make sure we don't hear more than we need to from your homes. So 4.1 is the resolution of necessity for 3 properties as noted on the screen. Okay, we're gonna have people read these. If you want me to read them before I do. For the Eastridge to BART Regional Connector, Capital Expressway Light Rail Project. We have received a letter from Peterson Law Group representing World Oil Corporation, and the letter is in the online packet under item 4.1. Ron Golem, Director of Real Estate and Transit-Oriented Development, will present this item. Ron will provide a presentation for each of the properties, and then I will open the hearing for the property. The property owners or representatives of the property owners will be given 5 minutes to speak. Members of the public who would like to address the board on this matter will be given 2 minutes to speak after the staff presentation for all properties are done. Ron?
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could have the next slide, please. I'd first like to provide a little bit of context about our proposed resolution necessity and eminent domain authority. I think it's helpful to understand that there are very specific requirements in the statutes before we can exercise our eminent domain authority. Specifically, the requirements are that we have to demonstrate that the public interest and necessity require the project, in this case, the Eastridge to BART Regional Connector. We have to prove that the project is planned or located to be most compatible with the greatest public good and least private injury. We have to show that the property in the resolution necessity is necessary for the project, and an offer of just compensation has been made. So I want to share with the board that with respect to the first 3 bullet points, this was addressed during the environmental process when we engaged the public, had comment, engaged the property owners, and of course, following the board's approval of the environmental document, we did additional engineering work to make sure that we did in fact minimize the properties required and the takes in effect. We started writing offers at the beginning of this year. We typically try to allow at least 90 days for negotiations before we deem that we need to look at a resolution of necessity. The purpose of the resolution of necessity is to ensure that we can meet the project schedule. If I could have the next slide, please. So for tonight's hearing, 3 key points. The board has full discretion as to whether or not to adopt a recommended resolution of necessity. The amount of compensation is not a consideration in this hearing, and that the board must make each of the findings contained in the respective resolution of necessity prior to their adoption. And with that, I'd like to turn to our first property, or provide an overview, actually. I got the next slide. So we are going to be dealing with 3 resolutions of necessity tonight. This is all around the new Story station that will be at Story and Capitol Expressway. And what you see here at the top, 2710 Story Road, is where we're going to be having one of the access ways from the viaduct and the station in the viaduct down to grade level. At 2695 Story and at 1091 and 1093 South Capitol, we'll be making access and other improvements to allow the project to be built. So at the next slide, I'd like to first talk about 2695 Story Road. So this is a property that is roughly on the northwest corner of Story and Capitol Expressway. World Oil Corporation is the owner. It is currently a service station. What you see in this picture, and I'll try to explain the hatching because I know it's a little bit complicated. We need to do several things here. We need some area to actually stage and build the project. We have to reconfigure Capitol Expressway to install a reconfigured right turn lane to allow the proper functioning expressway. And then we also need a roadway easement that relates to an adjacent parcel where we need to be able to reconfigure the roads to deal with the frontage road and how it ends next to this property. And so in total, we have about 2,300 square feet of a fee acquisition for the right turn lane. We have a little over 1,000 square feet for the temporary construction easement. And then we have approximately 1,200 square feet for the roadway easement. If I could have the next slide. This slide is a summary of the acquisition. Again, it's World Oil Corporation. I've described what the interests are. We wrote an offer on March 30th, and we've been in discussions with them. You received the letter from their legal representative that provided some of their perspective on the take. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
I will now formally open the hearing. Is there anybody here who would like to address the board for ID EBRC 1215 owned by World Oil Corporation? And I'm sorry that
Madam Chair, we do not have any hands up on the attendee list.
Thank you. And then if not, seeing no public speak, I mean, no, the World Oil Corporation isn't here. Are there any questions from my colleagues? And please raise your hands. I have none. I will then go to the next property. Is there anyone who would like to address the board for property 1214 owned by Tongba Tran Zen Shuzong?
Great, thank you. So the aerial image shows this property at 1091 and 1093 South Capitol Avenue. It is a small commercial property with a yard. It's immediately to the north of the World Oil site. What is required here is that, and it's not quite evident from the picture, but there's a small fringe road that serves the adjacent residential area that ends in this area in a cul-de-sac. To reconfigure Capitol Expressway, we have to move the cul-de-sac. And so what you see in the yellow is the roadway easement area that we need, which is approximately 1,500 square feet. We also need an area for construction that's approximately 1,300 square feet. Now, the challenge with this property is the southern piece would not be part of the project. However, by acquiring the roadway easement and the temporary construction easement, we are left with what's called an uneconomic remnant. In other words, we would take property and the piece that's left, the owner would have no potential to realize economic value from. Therefore, we need to go ahead and acquire the property in full fee. If I could have the next slide. So this presents the information. It has 2 small commercial tenants on it, and we wrote an offer to the property owner on February 26, 2020. We've been in communication. They are represented by counsel. Our communication to date has been the primary issue has to do with compensation. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
So before I go to questions, is there anybody here who would like to address the board who is the property owner of ID EBRC 1214 owned by Tongba Tran Zen Shuzong?
Madam Chair, this is Elaine. I do not see any hands up on the attendee list.
Thank you. And I'm able to see it too. Thanks a bunch. I just felt like I needed to read that into the record. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, Ron?
Great. If we could have the next slide, please. So the third property is now on the other side of Capitol Expressway, roughly at the southeast corner of Capitol and Story, 2710 Story Road. This is currently occupied by a Chevron gas station. And so what you see on the graphic is that we do need to acquire a fee interest to, again, improve the right turn from Capitol onto Story. We also need to obtain a temporary construction easement to support the construction. And then we also have, because the relationship of this property is next door property, we have 135 linear feet of abutters rights or access control that we need to acquire. Now, what will happen here is that in working with the property owner, we're going to commit to maintaining at least 2 driveways through construction. Ultimately, for safety reasons, and this is what's shown on the graphic, we will be closing off the access from Capitol Expressway, because otherwise we'd have a situation where people coming off Capitol at fairly high speed would be entering the gas station and in complete conflict with pedestrians coming down from the station, and would create quite the safety hazard. And so these are the property interests that are necessary to both reconfigure Capitol, reconfigure the station to make the station access safe, but ensure that the station is still functionally viable and can continue in business. If I could have the next slide. Again, this is the summary of the property, and we wrote the offer on March 26th. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Before we go to questions, I want to see if there's anybody who would like to address the ID BRC 1217 owned by the Barbara Carlton Trust number 2, CO Bohannon Development Company. I see no participants. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Now, are there any member of the public who would like to address on the board on these resolutions? And there are no other questions from my colleagues. I'll check one more time. I do have, I'm going to go to my colleagues, and I'm going to go to Glenn.
I'm ready to make a motion when you're ready.
Thank you. We're prepared for that unless there are questions from my colleagues, which I don't have any. John McAllister, we'll go to John and Larry. Actually, Glenn, go ahead and make a motion just so we have a motion on the table to discuss.
Okay, I'd like to move that we adopt a resolution of necessity for 3 properties, EBRC 1215, EBRC 1214, EBRC 1217.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second, Cortez.
Thank you. We have a second from Dave. Now I'll go to discussion from my colleagues, Mr. McAllister and then Mr. Carr.
Yeah, I will not be supporting the motion because we had asked from the last time and going forward with this one, that where's the alternative plan we were talking about of the buses, using buses? And we haven't seen it. So it still hasn't, there's not enough evidence to say we need these properties. And we need these properties at what cost? As we move forward with the COVID-19, there's so many, we're continuing to build a 19th century transit system in the 21st century. And the costs, as we look at some of our other items that we're looking at, we got to augment one thing, we're 95 million here. We're going to lose tens of millions of dollars between now. We don't know what ridership will be down the road, that we continue down a path that isn't prudent or financially responsible. So this is an opportunity to step back and look at where we could be and look at what we could provide that's reasonable. We're going to be talking a bit later about the innovative clean transit solution, where we're going to have electrified buses. That's something that's going to help reduce greenhouse gases, but be flexible in how we use it. And I wish my fellow board members would start looking at, we can still achieve the goal of providing transit, but at a reasonable cost. So therefore I cannot, until we see the alternative project up there and the need for these projects, I cannot support this motion.
Thank you. Larry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't repeat what my colleague said, but I do agree with Mr. McAllister, and I'll be voting against this as well. You know, when we decided to move forward with this project, I felt like we entered into this sort of grand agreement that we were going to be reviewing alternatives. And I'm afraid that we just haven't created sort of the off-ramp, if you will, of this exact project, of an opportunity for the board to take a pause and say, you know, wait a minute, we are looking at other things. We seem to be just moving ahead continuously on this project and investing a lot of money and staff time, and now acquiring properties as well, where we haven't created an opportunity for the board to say, what are we building in the future, and where are we going to make the decision? Are we going to review the study that's coming out next fall, or are we not? And we haven't created that yet, and so I'm just not comfortable moving forward with these as I wasn't last time. I hope that the board has an opportunity to have that conversation, but I just can't support this tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Carr. Mr. Liccardo? Sam?
Sorry about that. Having a problem with my mute button. Hey, you know, my colleagues' concerns are well taken. Can I just perhaps understand from staff whether the acquisition of these properties is a critical path regardless of what we build here? I understood that there was some utility relocation and things we need to do, whether this was a light rail project or this became a BRT you know, type project that would integrate the entire system or whatever, and just be helpful to know, is this a critical path no matter what?
So I will answer that question, and I think if there's more detailed questions, I'll ask my colleague Ken Ronci to weigh in. So when the board decided to proceed with this project, this was identified as a priority project. We have been moving as quickly as possible to advance the project. We do have a tight schedule. We do not, with this property, have some of the habitat and seasonal issues we discussed with the other properties, but we do not have flexibility in the schedule. And so I think as a practical matter, if we were to delay this, really there will be a comfortable extension in the completion date for the project.
But I guess the question, Ron, is scheduled to do what? Is it scheduled to build a light rail and any alternative? I mean, do we need this regardless of what technology we use in this corridor?
Well, I would say two things. One is that the design that was approved was for a combination of the viaduct and then down to the new station at East Ridge. That design at the time, as I'm recalling the discussion of the board, was that design was consistent with both the rail technology as well as other technologies that would be considered by the study. In terms of the project process, we're at the stage now where we've advanced the design. We now need to have the property in hand to be able to go out and then hire a contractor to do the construction. So this is a linear progression of project schedule. And so to the extent we decide to slow down the acquisition, it slows down our ability to then go ahead and solicit for the construction contract and begin the work.
Ron, I understand that part, but the really important thing relating to my question is about 2 sentences ago, which is the viaduct and the other components of this are necessary. And it would be helpful maybe to hear either from Nuri or somebody on the transit side of the organization. My understanding was that there are going to be elements that we have to go through with regardless of the technology we employ in the corridor. And I'm just wondering, is this one of those tasks?
Madam Chair, if I may respond to Board Member Liccardo, and you're absolutely correct. When we brought this project to the board, and it has to be over a year ago, we specifically indicated that the right-of-way was the opportunity for us to preserve the connection to East Ridge, regardless of the technology that we needed to use. And I believe that we have restated that several times. This viaduct and the property that is necessary that Ron has described are prerequisites for the construction of this viaduct. And therefore, whether we have rail, rubber-tired bus, rubber-tired trains, we want to move forward with the design, and we can do that, but we have to, in order to complete that design, we have to know with certainty that we have access to that property so we can align and do the requisite civil and structural work.
Great, thank you. I'll support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to ask for a roll call vote.
Okay, this is the vote for item 4.1, which is to close the hearing and adopt resolutions of necessity for 3 properties. Motion made by Vice Chair Hendricks, seconded by Board Member Cortese. Carr,
No.
Carrasco, Board Member Carrasco. I will come back to you. Cortese,
Aye.
Dieppe,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo,
Aye.
McAllister,
No.
Nunez,
Aye.
Peralez,
Aye.
Rennie,
Aye.
Hendricks,
Yes.
Chavez.
Yes.
I will come back to Member Carrasco. Member Carrasco? All right, motion passed with 9 ayes, 2 noes, and 1 absent.
Thank you. Thanks to staff for that. We're now moving on to item 4.2 is the resolution of necessity for the Caltrain Peninsula Corridor Electrification Project. Mr. Golem and Mr. Fitzpatrick of Samtrans will present. Staff presentation is 5 minutes.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. Just to provide some context here, as you may recall, Caltrain and JPB do not have the ability to acquire property in Santa Clara County for this project, for the electrification of Caltrain for the segment that's in Santa Clara County. So consequently, VTA and JPB previously entered into a cooperative agreement where we provide those services to assist Caltrain with land acquisition in Santa Clara County, and in return, Caltrain, JPB reimburses our costs for doing that. So this is the same process and the same statute. I won't recap it, but again, these are the findings that are applicable to the resolution of necessity that have been addressed by JPB in its planning process. If I could have the next slide. To recap, the board has full discretion as to whether or not to adopt the recommended resolution of necessity. The amount of compensation is not a consideration in this hearing, and the board must make each of the findings contained in the respective resolution of necessity prior to their adoption. And with that, I'd like to turn over to my colleague, Brian Fitzpatrick from JPB. Brian?
Good evening, Chair Chavez and members of the board. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today. As Ron had mentioned, Caltrain Peninsula Corridor Joint Powers Board does not have the power to condemn, so we do so through our member agencies. Before we get started here, I do want to point out that Ron and his colleague Kevin Ballack, as well as Evelyn Tran in the General Counsel's office and her team, have been wonderful help to the Caltrain staff in preparing this for your consideration. I'd also note that I've been before you previously, and they've been great help there in moving the project forward. So I want to thank staff for their help. Greatly appreciated. As Ron had mentioned, the Caltrain electrification project is moving forward, and we're actively engaged in construction. We're a design build project, which means that while we are designing and building the project, we are also acquiring property. So our project is in construction, but we are still acquiring property. To date, we have defined just a little bit less than 60 parcels. We've acquired about 50 of them. We anticipate there will be a few more as we move ahead. Now, generally in your package, you have a big overview of the project. So I'm not going to waste your time going through that, but I am going to do 2 things here. One, we're going to talk a little bit about why this project requires real estate in a general sense. I've spoken to this board before about that. We'll do it quickly again as a recap. And then secondly, I want to talk about the specific property. So first of all, generally, the electrification project in the most simple of all senses is installing north of 3,000 poles up and down the Caltrain right away. Every one of these poles, when it's installed, needs to work through a little mathematical problem. And what is that effectively? One, we have California requirements through the CPUC that require our poles to be a certain distance back. Secondly, we have our own requirements that are a little bit further from that. And then thirdly, and most importantly, we have to have certain distances from various utilities. Those are both utilities above ground and utilities below the ground. So as we place these poles and we go through that mathematical equation, sometimes by finding utilities in the ground, utilities in the air, and then also complying with our CPUC setback requirements, we find that our right-of-way is not quite wide enough to accommodate our poles. And so our poles, to use a technical term, scooch a little bit out of the right-of-way in order to make them work for our project. So again, we've been able to minimize, just as Ron had said on VTA, there's an attempt to minimize right-of-way. We've done that here. And when I show you the details of this acquisition, you will see that's true. We are seeking to buy 2.75 feet width into this property owner's property that equates to 65 square feet. Again, that's to accommodate that mathematical problem, avoiding utilities in the ground, avoiding utilities above, and getting a sufficient distance from our right-of-way. If you could move to the next slide, please. One back, if you would not mind. The property is located near West Julian Street. There's an overpass there. And as you can see on this photo, the site that we have is a vacant site that is located what I would call railroad south, assuming the railroad you're looking at goes north to south, north on the left, south on your right. Railroad north of West Julian Street, there's a vacant piece of property. It's owned by a group called Diridon Hospitality. And they are planning to put a hotel on this site. That hotel obviously is not built. They're undergoing the entitlement process with the city, and I believe they're fairly far along in that process. We need to acquire a small strip at the railroad south corner of that property. As noted, it's less than 3 feet wide, a grand total of 65 square feet. We made the offer about a year ago in June 2019, as shown in your package. And our problem here, if we could call it a problem, has not been one of determining compensation. We have made the property owner an offer. We haven't got into the details of compensation, but we have been working diligently.
Brian,
yes.
You're almost up with your time, so I just want to be, I'm time cop today.
I will be done in a minute, I promise. We have worked to minimize impacts to the property owner. We have succeeded in doing so. We have moved other potential acquisitions on this property out of the way, and we've designed our acquisition in a manner to minimize impacts on his project. We, as Ron had said, now seek a resolution of necessity to acquire the property to meet our project schedule. We'll continue to negotiate with the property owner. I'll be glad to answer questions.
Thank you very much. I will now formally open the hearing. Is there anybody here who would like to address the board for property ID JPB SCA 4-0114 owned by Diridon Hospitality? And I do not have the property owner, but we do have a public speaker, but I don't have the property owner. Is that accurate?
Yes, Madam Chair, we only have one hand up.
But that's not the property owner. So I'm going to come back.
I understand.
Thank you. Are there any questions from my colleagues on this side? Seeing none, I'm going to ask for a motion and a second, and then I will go to the public hearing. I will go to the public speaker. Do I have a motion? Mr. Hendricks?
Yeah, I'm ready to make a motion. It sounds like you're ready. I move that we adopt a resolution of necessity for one property, JPB-SC4-0114.
Second. From Magdalena Carrasco. Thank you, Magdalena. I'm going to take the public speaker for 2 minutes, and we will then move on to the vote.
We have one public speaker, Madam Chair. Tessa, you may
Okay,
go
good.
ahead.
Good. You can hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, as we're addressing the Caltrain, one of the issues is the redundancy of service to BART to Santa Clara, which has been a real problem in our community, and that we do not want it. Our neighborhood doesn't want it. Our community doesn't need it. The world doesn't need it. We have got to be very careful about what we're doing with our monies as we go into catastrophes that are coming. We've got to be prepared. And now with looking at the Caltrain investments. I feel very supportive of the Caltrain investments. We need to electrify Caltrain. We know that. And so we're going ahead with that. We're buying the properties. I'm supportive of that. But with this redundancy with BART to Santa Clara, and when you've looked at the problems with BART, I mean, BART, even as a system, won't even go forward in terms of the pandemic. We're having trouble already. And we need to reevaluate under, COVID-19, the issues of real sustainability and what's going to fly in terms of public transit, as we've seen people running away from public transit because of the impacts of disease as it becomes a disease vector. So the whole process of the BART is really unfeasible. And then we have the redundancy, all this work that's going into Caltrain, and it's the one that serves between the Diridon station to Santa Clara. And we don't need that redundancy for $6 billion. Yes, it's been all about, as we said, the applause of corporations and labor. Yes, you want to build a transit, a cleaning station. We have a cleaning station that the state has supported in, wherever that is up in, the H city, I forget right now. But there is a big, transit cleaning station for BART. To say everything, we've got to stop economic growth. We have to be in a degrowth mode for the next 10 years in terms of climate change. That means the amount of issues that we've been dealing with COVID, the reduction.
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair? Yes, go ahead, please. I'm sorry.
We're going to take a roll call vote.
All right, this is for item 4.2, resolution and adoption of a resolution and necessity and closing of the hearing. Motion by Hendrick, seconded by Carrasco. Carr.
Yes.
Carrasco.
Aye.
Cortese.
Aye.
Dieppe.
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
McAllister.
Yes.
Nunez.
Aye.
Perales.
Aye.
Rennie.
Yes.
Hendricks.
Yes.
Chavez.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much to Brian and Ron and Evelyn. We really appreciate all of your good work. Thank you. We're going to move on to item 5. This is our committee reports. Items 5.1 through 5.3 are written reports and are in the online packet. The CMPP Chair Rennie would like to make a comment on 5.3, as would Vice Chair Hendricks. And there is no report for item 5.4. So I'm going to ask my colleagues if they'd like to present. I'll start with Chair Rennie.
Sorry, just a moment.
No problem.
So these are for the ones on the consent calendar, correct? Or
Well, only if you wanted to do, if you wanted to talk about your chairperson's report from your committee, but if not, we can do that as well.
yeah, I have something for 7.4, but
Then go ahead and say it now if you like.
so I was supposed to introduce 7.4, but I'll go ahead and say now.
7.4, you know what? It got pulled. We'll come to you when that item comes up. Thank you. Sorry about that. Glenn?
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly talk about the Capital Program Committee in our meeting on May 28th. It's the first one we've had this year. And there's a whole written thing, but I just want to highlight a couple items. We elected Larry Carr as the vice chair. We had a robust discussion about the board policy on operating impacts of ballot measure projects and programs. But the most important thing I wanted to go ahead and mention was the VTA Next Gen Transit Study, which we've already had some discussion here by my colleagues. And I just wanted to highlight that it's starting, it's being worked on, and that there's going to be continuing information and reviews that go to the CPC, and that right now we're targeting a presentation of the final report to the November full board meeting. So I know there's been a lot of interest by the full committee and board about this, and I just wanted to highlight, and there's additional information and a timeline in your reading packets.
Great, thank you so much. All right, then we're going to move on to item 6, and this is the consent calendar. I'll just remind my colleagues that we added, this is item 6.1 through 6.20. We added items 7.2, 7.3, 7.5, and 7.8. Members of the public who would like to address the board on this item on consent, you may please raise your hand now, and you can, if you need to, if you have a smartphone, dial *9. Evelyn Tran would like to note something for the record before we proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to note that for item 6.12, on behalf of Board Member McAllister, that he serves on both the City Council for the City of Mountain View as well as on the VTA Board. He receives a stipend from the city and a per diem from the VTA, and that under Government Code Section 1091.5A9, he has a non-interest in that contract and is not required to recuse himself from that item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd also like to note for the record that we've received written comments from Roland LeBrun on agenda item 6.4 and 6.11. The written comments are included in the online packet. Is there anybody from the board who would like to pull an item at this time or add an item? I'm going to ask for you to put your hands up. I don't see any. So what I'd like to do now is I'm going to go to the public speakers, and they each get 2 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Roland? Mr. Roland? I will go ahead, please, Mr. Roland.
You mute me again?
No, go ahead, please.
Am I unmuted now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. So I briefly want to touch on 6.11. So the issue we're seeing all over the place is that, oh, the VTA's got a parcel over there, you know, it's a parking lot. Or, let's go and put some TOD or some affordable housing or whatever. And at Tamian, we had an absolute catastrophe. To all intents and purposes, Tamian is the end of the Caltrain line. The entire parking lot is gone. I mean, period. So there's people coming from Monterey, Salinas. I know people who come from Gilroy. I come from people who come from the East Valley. I know people who come from Los Gatos who go to Tamian. I mean, the capture is 10 miles plus. But anyway, it's gone. So what you've there on the attachment, you got Berryessa, which I think is wonderful. You've got Kurtner and Capitol, which I think is wonderful. And then you've got Gilroy. In Gilroy, the magnitude of the disaster is unfathomable, because Gilroy is going to be a high-speed rail station. And on the attachments I showed you come from the high-speed rail EIR. They're going to have all these, surface parkings. None of that is going to happen, okay? But this is not the time to go out there and putting some affordable housing, DOJD or whatever. There's going to be some massive construction over there. It's going to be about the size of what we're going to be doing at Diridan. And at Diridan, the city of San Jose made it very clear to the VTA, we appreciate your interest there. You've just got one parcel for a bus stop. We got some business to take out with Google. So if moving forward, we could please stay away from Gilroy, I think the entire region would be a better place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roland. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, hi. My comment has to do with the item about the bicycle super highway feasibility study, Central Bikeway feasibility study. One thing that the materials included did not include was a link to the countywide bike plan where this facility is envisioned. It would be useful to be able to see that. My other comment is that I would like to see that this work be done in as public a fashion as possible. Sometimes these feasibility studies go all the way to completion before the public gets to review them. I think it would be more useful in this case to have some kind of interim reports, much as we've seen with San Jose's city bike plan for 2025. So I hope that there is a great deal of transparency in this process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Essa?
Okay,
Go
thank
ahead,
you.
please.
Yes, you can hear me? Okay,
Yes.
good, thank you. Okay, I was talking about 6.8 in regards to the BART, Silicon Valley extension, and, going ahead with everything as usual. And the problem with that is that we need to reevaluate it. VTA is already under, the microscope to say that their general their leadership is ineffective and not very good for our community. They've already with the anyway, they've been looked at and found to be inept, and we really haven't solved the leadership problem of VTA. And then we're going ahead with the BART to Silicon Valley, and we know that there's problems already. We need to scale it way back. We have to start scaling things way back. And one of those things, and they even were talking about it in other VTA meetings, but the issue is to stop. I know you made some adjustments, but we need to stop the VTA to Santa Clara with the $6 billion. And just like the expansion with the airport, it's about grabbing money. We're going to grab money, make more jobs, and get more things done, get more shovels in the ground, and things like that. And it's all about capitalism. And we have to start thinking about public health as our main priority, even in the Mercury News. That has to be the main priority, not jobs, not all this stuff that that's what's gotten us to the problem of our pandemic and our climate crisis. So we need to change the orientation, and it has to be about public health. And right now, the redundancy is not really solving the issues in our community, the transit that people still can't get between, downtown and the Apple campus in a way. We don't have bicycle lanes. We have, terrible streets that people are getting killed on. And, we need to be putting that.
All right, I'd like to get a motion for our consent calendar.
Move approval.
May I ask who was the motion maker?
Larry.
Larry, thank you. And Supervisor Cortez, may I have a second?
Second, Bob Nunez.
Second from Bob. And Dave, you wanted to make a comment?
I want to recuse on items 6.5, 6.6, 6.7, 6.8, and 6.9 to avoid conflict of interest.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second, and those with
Chair, if I may, Chair,
yes,
if I may follow up on Board Member Cortez's recusal. Is that based on 84308?
Explain 84308 and I'll give you your answer.
84308 is campaign contributions.
It's that section, yes.
Yes, thank you. And I'll note that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have a motion and a second. I'd like a roll call vote, please.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. We still have one from the.
I'd already closed that. It came late, and so
I understand.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
And I am watching that, so thanks for catching me. But roll call.
Carr,
Yes.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Cortese, Dieppe,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo,
Aye.
McAllister,
Yes.
Nunez,
Aye.
Peralez,
Aye.
Rennie,
Aye.
Hendricks,
Yes.
Chavez.
Yes, thank you very much.
All right.
We're now going to move to our regular agenda, and this is an information item, Silicon Valley Rapid Transit program update. The staff presentation will be 7 minutes. And the reason I'm saying that out loud is we're holding each other accountable for time here. First, the Silicon Valley Rapid Transit program update, and members of the public who would like to address the board on this item, if you could raise your hand now or press *9 on your phone, and we will call you right after the presentation, and then we will go to board comments. So Takis, you're gonna be the leader of the band here.
Yes, ma'am. We are coming to you tonight, Madam Chair and directors. We are coming to you tonight from our building, our offices in California Circle. I'm sitting here with Shane Edwards and Krishna Devi, and this is the last time you're gonna see us from here. For that, on page 2, as you know, on May 19th, we signed the safety certification. On May 20th, BART apply for the notify the CPUC of the intent to operate, and we start the preparations for the opening on June 13. As you probably heard, and the rest of the directors, yesterday, just 14 days after the submittal to operate, CPUC responded, and the project is certified to go to operations. With that, I don't have anything else from my point of view to add here. I'm going to pass it to Shane to update you a little bit of the risks, pre-revenue operations, and so on. And then Krishna, he will discuss with you where the project budget is. And we'll be here to answer any questions anyone may have. Shane.
Good evening, directors. On the risk management slide number 4, a little bit of an update on this one compared to the packet that you have. COVID-19 remains in the red square. CPUC system certification obviously is moved to green after what you just heard from Takis. And we do have the punch list remaining in yellow. Currently 426 items as of today. These are all non-safety, non-operational critical elements, non-regulatory issues. We do have 2 category A items, both automatic fare collection. They'll be completed next week prior to the 12th. The BART labor bid, just to touch on that, it is on schedule, and we are now in the stage where train operators are finishing up the bid. Slide 5, Krishna.
Good evening, directors. On slide 5, what you see here is the cost report with that reflects actuals as of April 2020, and the forecast reflects June revenue service date. On item 90, the unallocated contingency, I'm very happy to report that the level of unallocated contingencies remain same at $44.7 million. VTA and BART have reviewed activities post-revenue. As Shane just mentioned, there are about 426 items to be resolved after we go into revenue service. We call this BART acceptable punch list, and implementation of these items are currently underway. Back to you.
Slide 6. This is an update on pre-revenue operations simulation, which is currently ongoing. We've run approximately 1,400 train runs since we started in the last 6 weeks. And this PRO, as we call it, or pre-revenue operations, will continue until the revenue service date on the 13th. We are running still in a 15-minute loop, and we're also creating simulations of readiness items, for example, delays. We also had a fire drill with the Milpitas Fire Department last weekend for training purposes. Progress on the labor bid, as I mentioned, the station agents bid closed on May 27th. Train operators bid closes on June 8th. It is currently ongoing. And then the agents and operators will be ready to report next week.
Next slide, please.
Next slide 8.
Elaine, slide 8, please. That's it.
As Takis had mentioned, the safety certification verification report and letter of intent to operate was presented to the PUC on May 20th. And we're very happy with the outcome, the letter that we received yesterday. CPUC conducted site inspections on May 26th. They also, we addressed some issues and inquiries on May 27th on a joint conference call with the CPUC. And we also had more testing for the RID system and the interface with train control on May 28th, which was very successful. And then more train rides were performed on the 1st of June.
Okay. Madam Chair, I asked Bernice to share with you a few thoughts on page 9 about our upcoming opening. Bernice, are you there?
Yes, I'm here and excited to share this information. So as many of you may know, we are going to open both the Milpitas and Berryessa North San Jose stations for passenger service on June 13th. The first northbound train will depart the Berryessa station at 7:56, and just 3 quick minutes later will arrive at the Milpitas Transit Center and BART station. We are loading select ticket vending clipper machines with commemorative clipper cards, and we will be sharing where those will be available. They have pictures of both of the new stations on them, so they will be available starting next week. We're putting those in the system. Due to COVID-19, we will not be having a public celebration at the new stations at this time. We will have opportunities, though, for the public to join us in some virtual events that we will be sharing how they can do so early next week. Beginning on the 13th, the parking garages will be open and parking fees will begin to be collected. You can go on to the parking site and get the parking information, and also sign up for an account starting June 11th, 2 days before that. And to get all that information and everything you want and need to know about accessing the new service, planning a schedule, how to pay for your fare, how to get a clipper card, how to pay for parking, you can go onto the tryvta.org/BART site, and that leads you to all the information. Thank you.
We are here to respond to any questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. This is all amazing work. Well done. We're going to go to the public, and then we'll come back to my colleagues for comments or questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Sean, go ahead, please.
Well, a couple of things regarding that Public Utilities Code 29036. If you're not going to have a public celebration, then the only BART meeting is next Thursday. So if you want to follow California law, you should do the station name announcement, official naming at that time. I wanted to talk about a couple things, avoiding some of the problems that you had in phase one. I'll just give you my little engineering MBA perspective on this as somebody who's watched both a lot of BART board meetings and VTA board meetings. There are broadly two items: the process, which Supervisor Chavez refers to as lessons learned, and I think it's crucial to do that, and then the governance, which is the membership content and structure of the meetings for the next 10 years. I think you can do much better than a presentation on the lessons learned from phase one. As part of the Regional Measure 3 bridge tolls, the legislation created a position of BART Inspector General. BART will receive just under $1 billion from Regional Measure 3, including an initial $1 million budget for the Inspector General. BART Phase 2 receives $375 million from this $1 billion allocation. In other words, VTA has a dedicated funded resource within BART for improving the Phase 2 processes. My recommendation is to have the Inspector General audit the Warm Springs and Berryessa extension projects, both of which were at least 2 years late in system integration and test. GM Nuria Fernandez is chair of the APTA. My recommendation is to have ATA peer review on Warm Springs and Berryessa, focusing on errors and omissions in BART's documents. I think there's a whole treasure chest of information to be learned there, just that, and they really need to improve their process internally. The other issue is governance. VTA and BART need to have regular meetings with selected elected officials and members of San Jose City staff, Santa Clara City staff, possibly Caltrain staff from now straight into 2030. The elected officials are needed, among other things, so people take the governance seriously. The city and BART staff are needed for competence and continuity, as 10 years will exceed the term limits of most of the currently elected officials. So I'll send you some more email on those two subjects, so I've had a lot to say. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, all right. So on the topic of lessons learned, this is what I want you to reflect on, is that 20 years after Measure A, we ended up with half a project that was 10 years late and $1 billion over budget and counting. With regard to the opening day and the first train to Milpitas, what I suggest is that you go to Milpitas and then attempt to transfer to the light rail, walk to the end of the light rail platform, and have a Vice Mayor Jones moment of what were these people thinking here, and hope that this will never happen again. Now, I do notice that phase 2 is not on the agenda, so I just want to let you know in your packets, there's a letter from me with a follow-up on the outstanding discussion that we had 2 weeks ago at the joint meeting. I have the video. I'm probably the only member of the public who does, because there is no link out there. The 45-minute discussion on the item was remarkable. I think the public deserve to know what happened there. But anyway, what the letter does is to follow up on the concerns that Mr. Carl Holmes expressed. Is what happens when you got a tunnel fire and there's a ramp, and the ramp basically acts as a chimney, and passengers make the wrong decision of basically flowing the way the air flows instead of going against the air. In this case, there was a fireman and there was a builder who understand how a chimney works, and this is how the two of them managed to save another 10 passengers. There were 12 survivors, the other 155 perished. So I'm reading for you between now and the meeting on the 19th when you're going to decide what happens next.
Thank you, Mr. Roland. Ms. Tessa, go ahead, please.
Unmute now. How, you can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. I think the last time it didn't work because I wasn't getting this little screen. So I don't know if you heard my whole spiel on the problems with BART. So I'll just have to say it again. So, you know, like Roland was saying, fire and safety issues, those were all issues that came up about the way we're building BART, the second phase. And, you know, we chose to use economics as our barometer, and we didn't want to impact the businesses in downtown San Jose on Santa Clara Street. We made compromises for public health. And this is where we have to change our priorities. Everybody's yelling out about that. You know, in terms of Black Lives Matter, in terms of pandemic, in terms of climate change, public health has to be our #1 priority. And so getting back to BART and the problems with BART, here was the comment that I was just going to read to you. Let me see, it was, hold on, I'm just going to read this, that it said, a scathing civil grand jury report released earlier this week blasted a Silicon Valley bus and light rail operators as one of the most expensive and least efficient transit system in the country. In a 61-page report, the grand jury criticized the Valley Transportation, VTA, as too big and too political to make sound financial decisions, which had led to an ongoing structural deficits. So that's the report. And, you know, we need to really be reevaluating all of the decisions and the whole thing with BART, even the fact that it was that the meetings are being held up in Oakland. I mean, maybe now with COVID-19, things will be virtual. That would be very important, and do a good job with the virtual meetings so that it does work for whatever part of BART that gets built down here. But really saying that we do not build beyond Diridon, that is enough. And to spend $6 billion to go that 1 mile, and Caltrain does it, VTA does it with its buses, you can walk it, you can bike it. We need to have those ways of transit, and we do not have to spend that much.
Thank you, Ms. Tessa. Mr. Eugene, go ahead, please.
Hey everybody, Eugene Bradley, Silicon Valley Transit users. I echo the comments made for the first two speakers. What I'm wondering, given that BART has just approved a $915 million budget just to even barely get by this year, what is VTA's and BART's plans for a plan B should ridership be way below what was originally projected? And in particular, if who knows, BART ends up having to shut down because it's gone bankrupt. What's VTA's plan B for this BART extension down that's going to be opened in Milpitas and Berryessa / North San Jose in about a couple of weeks? Second question I have, will the 500 bus have time connections between it and BART at Berryessa / North San Jose? Because without time connections, the whole thing, that whole extension really is just, as Roland mentioned, $2.3 billion over 100% late and 10 years late and 100% over budget. Truly a horrible waste of our taxpayer money. So I would like written answers to the two questions that I have previously. What's VTA's plan B in case BART ends up having to go bankrupt at this time next year if they don't get any funding? And will that 500 bus have time connections with BART at Berryessa / North San Jose? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eugene. Mr. Bickman, go ahead, please. Mr. Bickman. Oh, Mr. Eugene.
He just spoke, so.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr.
Yeah.
Bickman.
Blair?
Hi, guys. You have to unmute me. And you did. Thank you. Okay. I have a speech, short speech here. If I can find it to start. I hope the VTA can connect with city government and community of Berkeley, who have chosen to review their own surveillance and technology ordinance and ALPR usage in the onslaught of the federal government push with broadband and Vision Zero surveillance technology at this time. The VTA has started a really good ALPR program they're going to have at the BART coming up, and I thank you incredibly for that. With this federal government push at this time, we are at a time to honestly try to work together as both local government and community to work towards the ideas that minimal use practices with technology can answer just about as much as oversaturation of local neighborhoods with broadband and technology. This initial ideas of the VTA to reduce ALPR commercial data collection from 180 days to 90 days and eventually to 45 days is an incredible answer. It's an organizational ideas that may be an example for this country and the ideas of sustainability, accountability, and just efficient good practices. And the use of minimal use practices can answer just as well as the oversaturation idea. This is simply an exuberance in learning what is possible that can be from that is more than simply regulatory in programmers, government staff, and everyday people being able to work together on the future of civil rights, civil protections, and local community democracy, and genuine ideas of peace and long-term positive sustainability. Good luck in your efforts with the new BART station. The ALPR program there could be a very good one and a good example to this country, and people from places like Berkeley will need your help in the following months.
Thank you. And this is just to remind everyone that we're on item 7.1. This was the update from our staff. Are there any comments from my colleagues on this update? Mr. McAllister?
Yeah, I just had a question following up a lot. I keep hearing people saying we're over budget. Could someone just help clarify that for me? That we're on budget, over budget, et cetera?
For the BART project specifically, phase 2?
Yes.
Okay.
Whatever the people were referring to. I heard Roland talk about it, some other stuff.
Director McAllister, this is Takis Alpeas. Please refer to page 5 on your presentation. Krishna Devi, our PM, just reported 5 minutes ago. And Krishna, please repeat again.
Yeah. So Director McAllister, the budget that we have on this page has been established in concert with the Federal Transit Administration and its representative, the Project Management Oversight Consultant. It took 3 years for VTA to work with FTA to establish the budget. This process started in 2009 and it ended in 2012 with the FTA executing a full funding grant agreement with VTA. The process involves definition of the scope and looking at all the dollar amounts for each of those elements. We apply risk analysis to that, and based on the outcome of the risk analysis is a budget finalized. So there is a thorough review process. So the budget is $2.4 billion, and what you see is what has been approved in the FTA agreement.
So John, did that answer your question?
Yeah, I just want to make a point. I mean, every time we get challenged, I always like to have staff say, yeah, we're on budget, or here we are. So that's why I made the point.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Any other comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, we're going to move to item 7.4.
Oh, Madam Chair, if I may, I'm sorry. I would like, given that this is the last board meeting before we open up for service on the phase 1, I just want to take this opportunity to thank publicly and recognize Krishna Devi from the VTA staff and Sean Edwards from BART for getting us to this point. 6 months ago, this would have been just a conversation, and they have been able to bring us to a place where we can now see the end zone, and we'll be breaching that next Friday. So I just wanted to, for the record, thank them publicly for their work. in completing us, in getting us to this completion. Thank you.
Hey guys, let's see a round of applause. I want to see it. Come on. Yay.
Yay.
Thank you. These are big deals. All right, we're moving on to 7.4. This is adopt a resolution to apply for the 2021 Low Carbon Transit Operations Program funds to the next zero emission bus procurement and the Eastridge to BART Regional Connector. And this was pulled off by John McAllister. So I'm going to see, John, if you would just like to ask questions or if you're asking for a presentation from staff.
No, I don't need a presentation. My question is that I'm concerned about the financing of Eastridge and the continual costs. And so that we're sort of trading other priorities that we have under the sustainability study that we put on the consent. There was a major item about greenhouse gases and how we can achieve that by accelerating the buying of VTA zero emission vehicles, going along with the innovative clean transit of 2040. So that would help reduce that. And the cost that was sort of concerning to me is that we're doing these kind of things. Also, I forgot to ask under Glenn's CPC measure that the board policy is looking at coming forward. They're going to be looking at long-term financial impacts of the operating and maintenance of projects. And so that sort of tied into why are we having to go out for more money, or that there's going to be a major decision on whether to rebuild or replace light rail fleet. So that we're trying to, again, why are we spending money or moving money from something that we know is important to us? And that earlier on, there was the discussion about where was under Chair Neal and Mayor Liccardo that a comprehensive independent expert evaluation be conducted on existing emerging high capacity transit technology capable of operating on VTA fixed guide rails. So, I mean, this is a little convoluted, but it all ties into how we're making decisions. And I'm concerned about giving up those energy, something that's proven, the zero emission buses, and to buy something else. So why are we doing that? Bottom line, why are we taking money from one to pay for another?
Madam Chair, if I may, because Board Member McAllister raised this concern at the CMP meeting, and I believe that Marcella Renzi is on the line and can illuminate the board on these LC top funds. It's not a choice between two projects. It's that there are two projects that are eligible for this funding at this time. So with that, Marcella, if you could just reiterate what you had shared prior at the CMPP meeting. Thank you.
And I will elaborate a little bit. We're at an interesting point in the electric bus and infrastructure procurement. As mentioned in the memo, there are some manufacturing issues with the buses. It's going to take a little bit longer to obtain the buses that we had already planned for and can accommodate with fairly minor tweaks to our existing yard infrastructure. We're at an interesting point where after these 15 buses, we need to start doing major investments in our yards and the electric infrastructure in them before we can move to a much wider expansion of the electric fleet. And that actually is one of the things that our studies will help us with. So what this action is doing is it continues to fully fund that procurement through the next 15 buses. It buys us a little more time to solve the manufacturing issues. And it also allows us to address the funding gap on the EVRC project, which has been a long-standing VTA priority and is scheduled to go to construction next summer. In proposing the EVRC project, we not only looked at that priority, we did look very carefully at the eligibility and it meets the air quality requirements, it meets timing requirements, and it also enables us to address the requirement we have to invest in disadvantaged communities.
Thank you. John, did you have anything else?
Actually, can I just follow up? So why is there a funding gap? Or is there just an additional cost? Is it more, it's going to cost more, so we're funding it this way now?
We'll have to defer to my colleagues in engineering on the specifics, but my understanding is that the additional elevated section did increase the costs.
And so that's, okay.
John, did that answer all your questions?
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to public comment, then I'm going to come back for board discussion. Dave, I see your hand, and we have one person on public comment. If we could hear from Roland LeBrun.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead, please, Mr. Roland.
Thank you. So very briefly on Member Macaletta's question on the $1 billion, I just sent him the letter. It's been on consent for 2 months. It's in the Measure December 2019 report. But moving on to this project, this item here, I've been meaning to talk to you about this for a while. The issue we have right now is that we're equating public transportation with mass transit. And as we've all found out in the COVID world, this doesn't work anymore. So now we have a 60-foot bus, but the 60-foot bus, instead of carrying 60 passengers, including standees, only carries 10. Not only that, these electric buses cost $1 million. Right now, for $1 million, we can buy 25 Teslas. 2 years down the road, we'll be able to buy 40 Teslas. But what do we do with these Teslas? We can't send them down the freeway, because if we do, we're just going to clock them. But maybe we could deploy these Teslas on a dedicated guideway. And what I would suggest to the Office of Innovation is that we have got a great test track right now. We've got an abandoned light rail line between Almaden and Olanich in OS. And I suggest we use that abandoned rail line as a test track. And if the trial is successful, moving forward, we need to start looking about extending that test track down the median of Highway 85, which everybody's been dreaming about, and then potentially also on the existing light rail right-of-way on Highway 87, and see whether we can actually carry more people, not only in the right-of-way, but with these vehicles peeling on and off and taking them all the way from their doorstep to their final destination. That's out there for you to think about. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going back to my colleague, Supervisor Cortese.
I'm going to pass. Thank you.
Thank you. May I get a motion to adopt the resolution?
So moved, Cortese.
Thank you. We have a motion from Supervisor Cortese, a second from?
Second from Carrasco.
Thank you. A second from Magdalena. Thank you. And seeing no other discussion, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote.
Carr? Member Carr?
Yes.
Thank you. Carrasco? Member Carrasco?
Aye.
Thank you. Cortese?
Aye.
Dieppe?
Aye.
Jones? I will come back to you. Liccardo?
Aye.
McAllister?
No.
Nunez?
Aye.
Perales?
Aye.
Rennie?
Aye.
Hendricks?
Yes.
Chavez?
Yes.
I'm going to come back to Member Jones.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passed with 11 ayes and 1 no.
Thank you. We're now going to move to item 7.6, which is to authorize the general manager to execute Amendment 1 to the contract number S19032 with County of Santa Clara, the Office of the Sheriff, for the addition of supplemental law enforcement support services at the Silicon Valley BART Extension's Milpitas campus for a total of 2 years with 5 one-year options, increasing the total contract amount by $11,746,123 for the new total contract amount not to exceed $95,812,389. Evelyn Tran, General Counsel, would like to note something for the record before we proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for this item, I note that
Chair Chavez and Board Member Cortese, they both serve on the County Board of Supervisors as well as on this board, and that they receive a stipend from the county and a per diem from VTA. And under Government Code Section 1091.5A9, they have a non-interest in this contract and therefore are not required to recuse themselves. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members of the public who would like to address us on the board on this item may raise their hand now or press *9 on the phone. Angelique Gaeta, our Chief of System Safety and Security, is here to answer any questions if my colleagues have any. We'll start with public comment and then we'll see if there are questions from my colleagues.
Mr. Bickman, go ahead, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. In some of the same speech in your recent agreements with the SJPD, it feels appropriate to again consider a 60 to 75-day review policy for controversial surveillance apps placed into the big belly trash cans around town, around the county. To talk about data collection, there may be over $40 million worth of technology and data collection projects being approved tonight. It is, in this now COVID-19 world, I hope that good standards and good civil protections created for the 2020 census can be very much applied to a more responsible democratic technology future at this time. And for this, better ideals can be placed between city, county, state, and federal agencies to learn how to better organize and more openly share data in terms of good civil rights and good civil protections. I've tried to explain time and again my gratefulness to the VTA for steadily offering its own mild-mannered yet incredibly decent attempts to organize new public policy ideas for technology. I've continually tried to offer my own life may not be very peaceful, but the ideas of technology accountability is based on the ideas of how to create good local democracy that can work to end the practices of continual war and its shock doctrine, disaster capitalism practices. It is meant for good reasoning at the local level and can ask and make demands it can work with local communities to eventually ask and make demands of national and international government. I hope that is about all for me with this item. It's good reasoning at the local community level that can ask and make demands of our national and international government. So this is very important work that we can undertake if we practice good practices here at the local level. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now I have no comments from my colleagues. I'd like to get a motion. And Glenn?
Yeah, for 7.6, I move we authorize the general manager to execute a contract with the County of Santa Clara Office of the Sheriff as defined in the staff report.
Would you have a
I
second?
second that.
Thank you.
I have a second.
Thank you, Mr. Nunez. With that, I'm going to request a roll call vote.
Carr,
Yes.
thank you. Carrasco,
Aye.
Cortese,
Aye.
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo,
Aye.
McAllister,
Yes.
Nunez,
Aye.
Perales,
Aye.
Rennie,
Aye.
Hendricks,
Yes.
Chavez.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. We're now going to move to item 7.7, which is to augment the 2008 Measure B BART Operations and Maintenance Program budgeted by $94,847,229, or yeah, 229 for fiscal year 2001 for operations, maintenance, and capital expenses of VTA's BART Silicon Valley extension to the Milpitas and Berryessa BART stations, resulting in a total budget of $95,970,986 that includes 18 days of FY 2020, June 13th through June 30th, which will be paid to BART in FY 2021. Members of the public who are here to speak on this item can raise your hand now or press *9. And I would like to note for the record, we did receive comments from Roland LeBrun, and that is included in the online packet. Raj, I think Raj Srinath is going to be our Deputy GM and Chief Financial Officer, and Franklin Wong, Deputy Director of Finance, Budget, and Program Management, will provide a report on this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening to the members of the board. When we brought VTA's fiscal years 20 and 21 biennial budget to the board for approval in June of 2019, we did not include any amounts to fund the operations and maintenance of the extension because at that point, we did not know when the revenue service would start. And the intent was to bring it to the board to augment the budget. I mean, we had a nominal amount of about $1 million or so in the budget to pay for certain security and insurance costs, barring that we did not have anything else. As I said, the intent was to bring it back once we had more certainty about the revenue service. As we all saw from the presentations from Takas, Shane, and Krishna, now that the revenue service is expected to start on June 13th, that's the reason we are bringing it to now. I'm going to turn this over to Franklin Wong, who's the Deputy Director in Finance and Budget, who will provide details on this request. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. This board item is a request to augment the 2008 Measure B BOT operations and maintenance O&M budget in fiscal year 2021 for operations, maintenance, and capital expenses of VTA's BOT Silicon Valley extension to Milpitas and Berryessa stations. The program's budget in fiscal year 2021 will be increased with this augmentation from 1.1 million to almost 96 million, which also includes 18 days of fiscal year 2020 from June 13th to 30th that would be paid to BOT in fiscal year 2021. As Raj mentioned earlier, last November, the board authorized the general manager and any designee to execute the O&M agreement with BOT and other related documents such as the trust agreement and the reserve requirements specified in them. Such requirements include the funding of 2 reserve accounts with a total of $54.5 million before the revenue service date, now set on next Friday, June 13th. Staff indicated at that time that budget augmentation would be brought back to the board for operating maintenance and capital expenses after the revenue service date. And this is that board action item. So now I'd like to direct your attention to the PowerPoint slide in front of us on the screen. Can we go back one slide? Thank you. So this table is the same as the table as shown on page 2 of the board action item, which basically shows how this augmentation comes up, excuse me, comes up to this grand total. So at the top, those are the operations and maintenance cost payment to BOT and the contribution to BOT capital improvement projects. These 2 numbers, I want to reinforce the idea that this is not just for the 12-month period of fiscal year 2021, but also covering the 18 days after the revenue service date of June 13th. On top of that, there are related operating expenses that VTA will incur, such as program and facilities management personnel, security, insurance, and other services. For those items, we budget about 4.68 million to that. And we also set aside a 10% contingency in case of emergency and or unexpected issues in the initial year of operations. So this budget augmentation request is higher than a normal fiscal year for several reasons. So I'd like to move on to the next slide. That will help us to normalize this request to bring us closer to an amount that will be more reflective of subsequent fiscal years budget as we move forward. So first of all, the first 2 items that we should single them out are those 18 days of O&M costs, operations and maintenance, and also the prorated capital contribution of that short period. They are budgeted at about 2.3 million for that 18 days of O&M costs and about 1.44 million for the capital contribution. Secondly, VTA's O&M payment to BOT will be partially offset by fare revenues to be collected from passengers coming from and going to our county stations. BOT's estimate of fare revenues to be generated from this 12-month and 18-day period is about 10.4 million, as shown here on this slide. And in the last 5 fiscal years, BART's actual capital expenses were on average about 38% under budget. In dollar terms, that translates to about $14.9 million for fiscal year 2021. This balance will be significantly, this balance will be rolled over to the next fiscal year's contribution to BART's capital project contribution, which will significantly reduce VTA's contribution in the future. So as a result, with all these expenses being stripped out from the grand total, the normalized net estimated BART O&M and capital expenses in fiscal year 2021 amount to about $65.8 million, and which is much closer, once again, to subsequent years' budget requests of this program. Such requests will be part of the VTA's biannual budgetary process as we move forward. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is Glenn. The chair had to step away, so I'm going to go ahead and run the meeting here. Before I go to my colleagues, I'm going to open the public hearing and go to our speakers, public speakers first.
Roland, I am unmuting you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So there's a letter from me in the packet, and it basically touches on Measure B. And pre-COVID, Measure B, 1/8 of a cent, used to generate $60 million a year. It's now being cut in half. If we carry on like this, it's going to generate $30 million a year. So you can see there's a $35 million funding gap. But the thing you've really got to go back to every time is Measure A and read the full text of Measure A of what we promised the voters 20 years ago. We promised them that not only would we with Measure A take BART all the way from Fremont to Santa Clara, that basically build everything, including the tunnels, but we would also be including the operating expenditures to run the line. So what happened to that? So anyway, in closing, I think this is a classic case of over-promising and under-delivering, which, by the way, is exactly what Caltrain is trying to do right now. And I'm just going to leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Beekman, go ahead, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Yeah, I do this as a check to make sure, so thank you. Yeah, to give accountable readings of revenue and quarterly reports at this time can help all of us better judge and follow the path of COVID-19 for the next few years. This is all I have to say on this item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was all the public speakers I saw. So I'm going to go ahead and close the public speaker section and move back to comments from my colleagues. We'll start with Director McAllister.
Yeah, thanks. So I was reading the staff report and am I reading this correctly? That augmentation means increasing the budget. And is this coming from Measure B, 2008 Measure B money? And does that have $95 million? Or please explain where this $95 million is coming from.
Director McAllister, you're correct that these funding will come from 2008 Measure B. And right now, the 2008 Measure B cash balance is about just about $400 million.
So what other projects will be affected by taking out $95 million from Measure B? Or was Measure B totally just for BART?
Mr. McAllister, if I may, this is Raj Srinath.
Yes,
2008 Measure B is solely to fund the operations, maintenance, and capital expenditures of BART extension.
Okay. Okay, so that helps explain that. To Roland's, he wrote a letter. Did anybody from staff have an opportunity to say that at one point the attachment said $78 million and then another one says the current $94 million? Does anybody look at why it's a difference?
So certainly that 78 was an earlier memo which got updated for whatever reason, did not get deleted from the online portal. That's all. So it was based on some preliminary numbers, did not include some of the costs. And we were updating the cost information as late as about 3 or 4 days ago. So the earlier iteration did not include some of the costs.
That was very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, I'll move on to Mayor Liccardo.
Hey, thanks, Glenn. Hey, just a quick question about the capital costs, the ongoing capital costs. I know we've talked about this stuff a lot, and unfortunately, the memory blurs with the years. But the 40 million or so capital contribution, could you remind me what we expect that to do in future years? Is that a roughly constant with some inflation, or are we expecting some kind of upcoming spikes or variability in that number?
That's an excellent question, Mayor. One of the things Franklin addressed in his presentation was that is the budgeted amount. Historically, at least the last 5 years, on average, BART has spent only 62% of their budget. So we are funding at a higher level, and anything unused, which would be approximately, if history is true, 38% or so, would be credited towards next year. And the question whether it's going to go up, it likely will go up slightly. We're still reviewing their capital program. And yes, it will go up slightly, but I do not believe it's going to go up by anything that unwieldy at this point.
Okay, and we think that 38% or so return is roughly consistent?
That's the average of last 5 years.
Yeah, okay. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing any other hands from my colleagues raised with questions. Is there a will of the board?
So moved. Liccardo.
Okay, so that's a motion
Second.
by Liccardo, and who seconded?
Bob Nunez.
And thank you very much. If there are no other comments or questions from my colleagues, Elaine, can you do a voice vote?
Carr,
Yes.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Cortese,
Aye.
Dieppe,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo,
Aye.
McAllister,
Yes.
Nunez,
Aye.
Peralez,
Aye.
Rennie,
Aye.
Hendricks,
Yes.
Chavez.
Yes,
Motion passes unanimously.
thank you very much. We're going to move on to item 7.9. This is the last item on our agenda, and it's an update on the forecast of the short and long-term financial impacts of COVID-19. Members of the public who would like to address us on this issue, this would be the time to raise your hand, or you can press star 9 on your smartphone. We will call on you right after the staff presentation. So Raj, I'm going to turn this over to you, and this is going to be for my colleagues about 10 minutes. And then it's an opportunity for us to dive in and better understand the implications of COVID-19. Raj, are you presenting on this item?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll tee us off, and Franklin will present the first on the agenda, which he'll provide an update on the fiscal year 2021 financial impact to our budget. Then I'll talk about some of the long-term economic trends, as well as the new forecast we received from UCLA and impacts to VTA. With that, let me turn it over to Franklin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening again. So let's dive into it. So I try to, first of all, make some highlights about where we are in terms of ridership trends. It appears that, our ridership levels on both of our transit modes are pretty stable at this point. And I also want to make a note that, our light rail services, actually the service hours on weekdays starting next Monday will match our bus services from 5 a.m. to 9 p.m. And light rail will resume weekend services starting June 13th. So next slide, please. So this slide and the next slide, I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time, but these have been presented to the board in the last board meeting. So this is just a preliminary financial impact projections. And the next slide was what we presented to the board last month as well about our preliminary projections on two sources of our rainy fund, operating reserves and sales tax stabilization fund. And let's move on to the next slide. So there have been some changes since the last board meeting. For fiscal year 2020, during the recent A&F meeting, we shared with the committee that we found out about for our actual sales tax revenue for the quarter between January and March of this year. The results were a little bit disappointing that that quarterly sales tax revenue was about $4 million lower than our previous estimate. However, in April, we also found out that after our month-end close, our actual expenses was approximately about $4 million lower than budgeted. So that basically offset the lower sales tax revenue than our previous estimate. I also want to mention that the toll collection of our Express Lane program has resumed this past Monday. So let's move on to the next fiscal year, 2021. If we can go back to the last slide, thank you. So several weeks ago, we did receive some news from the governor's revised budget in which two of our sales tax related revenue sources, TDA and STA, we are going to receive less funding. So compared to what we presented to the board 4 weeks ago, TDA funding will be trimmed by another $13.7 million. STA will be $7.6 million less than what we reported to the board 4 weeks ago. On the other hand, the CARES Act funding estimate that VTA assumed that we'll receive. Our current estimate right now is $146 million, which is about $23.2 million more than what we reported to the board 4 weeks ago. So if we move on to the next slide now. So once again, this table is an attempt to combine two tables. The bottom two rows, once again, is an attempt to show the balances of our two rainy fund sources, operating reserves and sales tax stabilization balance. The top two rows is an attempt to show our estimated deficits and also the CARES Act funding, how are we going to use those to address our estimated deficit. So the middle column for the fiscal year end result of this fiscal year is the same as what we presented to the board last month. We still estimate the deficit of this fiscal year to be about $34.3 million that we intend to use CARES Act funding to bridge the gap. VTA has received $73 million as the first tranche of the CARES Act funding. Move forward to the next fiscal year. In the last board meeting, our estimated deficit was $155 million, but with the reduction in TDA and STA funding, our current estimate or estimated deficit amounts to about $176.3 million. With the assumption as it spells out on the slide, which is about assuming expenditures to be consistent with the adopted budget and does not include any mitigation measures VTA may take. So with that, I think that concludes my part of this presentation. I'm going to turn this over to Raj to talk about long-term economic outlook. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, the overall economic outlook still looks pretty grim. If you look at this chart, in April, we lost about 20.5 million jobs. That's more than the total jobs lost combined in the last 7 recessions. And unemployment rate it's approaching levels we had not seen since 1940. That's about 80 years now. So still looks pretty grim. If you can move to the next slide. This is, there is what's called a weekly economic index composed of a few components, which are in the middle of the chart: same-store sales and steel production, railroad traffic, utility output. This chart, as you can see, the correlation, this weekly economic index and the GDP has very high correlation. So one way we can predict, or economists do predict, what the GDP would be going forward is through these weekly numbers. And if we look at that again, this is another scary chart. It implies a 30% annualized decline. That's an annualized decline in Q2. So that's not very good. These are some of the numbers. Well, I certainly have not seen in my lifetime, but that's what we are seeing right now. If you can move to the next slide. There's still a little bit of a glimmer of hope, or glimmers of hope, if you will, in all of this doom and gloom. If you look on the left side chart, this is a restaurant. This is a global one. Restaurant bookings, as you can see, slightly they're trending up. That's good. Hopefully that will continue, because restaurant bars are a major engine of growth, if you will, for consumer spending. And on the right side is the mobility. Are people moving around? There were shelter-in-place, lockdowns, and all that. Yes, we have seen mobility pick up. Unfortunately, that's more for driving, and to some extent for airline, which is not on this chart. Airline travel has also picked up. If you look at the bottom, the brown or the orange line, that's for transit. That has barely moved. It's gone up maybe just a tad, but it hasn't moved up much. Not the same as the car or the airlines. If you can go to the next one. This again, how about the economic activity? Yes, in some areas it has picked up. If you, grocery and pharmacy, people going to parks or recreation, those things are slowly upticking, which is good. But again, at the bottom, you see the orange or the brown one, that's transit stations. That has very slightly buzzed, if you will. So there is good news. Economic activity has picked up, which is good for us. I'll talk about why that could be good for us in the next slide. But what's really not good is the transit ridership has not really made much of a comeback. If you go to the next one. VTA has 4 different sales tax measures in place. In addition, it receives what is called the TDA, which is the Transportation Development Act, as well as the sales tax assistance from the state. Both are derived from sales taxes. And with this kind of a decline in the economy and decline in sales tax revenues, we retained UCLA's Anderson School of Management to get an updated long-term outlook for our sales tax. What does it look? Because it's not only operations, for capital as well. We depend very heavily on sales taxes. Reason we retained UCLA was in 2015, we had retained them to get us a projection for 2016 Measure B before placing it on the ballot to see what we expect to get in present value terms and 2017 terms over the 30-year period. At that point, their forecast was we would receive about $6.3 billion in 2017 dollars over a 30-year measure. And that had an underlying assumption of annualized growth of 3.1%. Whereas when we received the forecast from them earlier this week, that number was down to 5.2, or an annualized growth rate of 1.9%, which is a reduction of 1.1 billion over the life of the measure. Just want to talk a little bit about the significance of that 6.3. That 6.3 is the number we had used to get an estimate of what each, or to compute what's called a ratio of what each program categories in 2016 Measure B would receive. In other words, for example, I'll give you an example, maybe it makes a little bit more sense. For local streets and roads program, it was estimated that that program would receive about 1.2 billion in 2017 dollars. And that 1.2 was divided by the 6.3 base to come up with what's called a ratio or a percentage allocation for that program. Comes to about 19%. Likewise, the bicycle and pedestrian was estimated to receive about $250 million. If you do the math, 250 divided by 6.3 billion, that's about 4%. So for each program category, that is the percentage that was allowed. No matter what revenues we get over a 30-year period, that is the revenue that would be allocable to that particular category. So yes, I mean, the ratio, the proportion does not change for each one, but perhaps if you look at pure dollar amount, that is likely to change. So I just wanted to get an idea of what, how long-term projections are looking, both for, this is for capital. I mean, same thing applies to other measures also, because we have 3 half-cent sales taxes. One of them is 2016 Measure B. The other one is a 1/8 one, which is 2008 Measure B. So let me stop here. I'm sure that there are a lot of questions this has generated in my own mind. I'm sure the board members will have a few questions on this as well. So I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you. I'm going to go first to the public and see if there are any comments or questions. We have a few folks who raised their hand. So I'm going to ask the staff to take those comments first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Roland, you may speak now, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, could we back up to slide number 6, please? So first of all, thank you, Raj, for giving us a sense of reality of what's happening right now. But it's still early days. It's not even close to where we headed with this. So we back on slide 6? Oh, I guess that's not going to happen. Okay. So if you look at slide 6, this young man over there showed you, oh, well, we're only going to drop revenue 4 million between January and March, but we have got this great news for you, is that in April, expenses went down $4 million. Well, what's the problem there? Well, the problem is that revenues in March, if you take all 3 measures together, dropped, according to my calculation, $30 million. And that kind of slide, I really, really don't appreciate this. Now, moving on to Measure A, which basically is a free-for-all. Anybody can go in there and grab whatever they want out of it. Actually, the previous legal counsel emitted an opinion that Measure A was sufficiently vague that anybody could do anything they wanted to do with it. And that's precisely what happened in the last budget. They grabbed a solid $200 million out of Measure A purely for BART Phase 2. The burn rate right now on BART Phase 2 on consultants, $10 million a month. So in closing, we just came out of GNA, and I asked if it would be possible for the new general auditor to do an investigation on what went on with BART Phase 2 to the tune of over $300 million since 2009, and report back to the board, and maybe we can start taking some action and being a little bit reasonable about what we're doing with Measure A. Thank you.
Thank you, Roland. Scott, you may speak now.
Yes, hello. My comment has to do with riding the buses and at what point we will get back to Phase 3 in Santa Clara County. I know it's one of the last counties not yet in it. I appreciate that the buses have had improved cleaning, also light rail, but is anybody measuring what is going on with the homeless population, particularly on line 22 and other lines that are popular among the homeless? I think in order to lure other people back once travel is not just essential travel, but all travel, that issue really needs to be addressed. And I know that's not strictly a VTA issue. It's an issue of all the cities through which VTA passes and also the county. So I haven't read anything about that. It's been my observation in the past that there are quite a number of homeless on the buses, but I don't know what's happening now and what efforts have been taken to try to mitigate that, since they are probably a pretty big vector of COVID-19 when you come down to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Sean, you may speak now.
Okay, I guess the question I had, I saw the revenue projections go down
I think Bart phase one, it came so much under budget is because of the contracts were bid right after the Great Recession of 2008, 2009, and you got really good pricing on it. I mean, it's just Warm Springs. Is there any accommodation made in your planning for lower construction costs going forward? Obviously, that would change things materially, and then hopefully we'll get this diabolical buffoon out of office, and there'll be significant infrastructure funding coming after the November election. That's all.
Thank you. Monica? Go ahead, please.
I just want to encourage you all again to prioritize transit. What if and when you do have to make cuts to the projects and programs within the various measures, I think that we really do need to think about the future and the world that we're creating for people that are my age and younger. So I just really want to encourage you all to reach out to younger people when these decisions need to be made, because from what I've observed in the past, a lot of these stakeholder groups don't really include anyone that is under 30. So I really hope that you will consider this. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Big man, go ahead, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you for the check. Please continue the important balance of mass transit needs and its good practices in comparison to continually experimental public transit ideas. It's an old issue within the VTA, and we're at a strange place, and I hope we can maintain the thought of good mass transit ideas and how that is how we build ourselves, and from there we can figure how we go forward, I guess. I had a request to ask of yourselves. I was waiting all afternoon, and I worked real hard, the previous days to speak on the consent calendar. And I think you're aware how the Zoom app can sometimes tweak the hand raising. And my hand was raised during consent calendar, and then it got cut off. And it was mentioned by the board secretary, and Chairman Chavez said she couldn't take any more people. Is there a way that I can speak on my consent calendar items, which is about 90 seconds? And can I speak on those items during the general manager's report or the items of concern of 8.3? It would take 90 seconds.
Why don't you finish speaking now?
I can do that if you want. Well, do I have 90 seconds?
No. If you want to, Blair, if you want to speak under one of those items, you can, but it has to be on the subject matter.
Sure. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you for the ask, or for the answer of the ask. How much time do I have left?
12 seconds.
12 seconds. Okay. Well, with 12 seconds, I'll just say hello to the number 12 and ask why is that number in our lives these days?
Eugene, go ahead, please.
Yes, this is Eugene Bradley, Silicon Valley Transit Users. Once again, I encourage the board to prioritize public transit over anything else, especially as we recover from when in which we do recover from COVID-19, which we will do. As I had mentioned in in your recent committee that you formed to help recover public transit ridership, you need to make sure to include everybody in your advertising. Just to say that public transit is only for certain groups of people really excludes those of us who aren't essential, who probably in the tech industry. That message just excludes people and tells them that basically the only thing we matter is when we drive. Not very good for gridlock, not very good for the environment. So prioritize transit, you'll be good. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'll move to my colleagues to see if there are any comments or questions from any of you about the presentation. Seeing none, I'm going. Please, if you can, raise your little blue hand so I know. I hear an oh, but I don't know where it's coming from. All right, John, that was you. Good. Good to know.
Welcome back, Carter. Okay, for you old folks. So was it, you did this forecast for Measure B. Was it practical to do it for the other two measures that we have going forward?
It's the same thing. I mean, they're all, I mean, all half-cent sales tax revenues would either decline or increase by the same amount as 2016 Measure B.
Well, no, okay, the percentage is the same, but I was more interested in the dollars because isn't there some, so we went from a $6.3 million and we had projects based on that projection. Now it's down to 5.2, so it's going to affect those projects. So with the other measures, we had projects forecasted based on this particular amount. Now that that dollar amount may be shrinking down, will we see that type of decrease in those other tax measures?
It's the analysis is a little bit different for each measure. Let me take 1976 tax, for example. That's a half-cent tax. That's in perpetuity. In other words, there is no sunset. That's not a 30-year tax like the other measures. So it's not an apples to apples. Yes, it would decline by a certain amount till the economy recovers, but there is no, as I said, it goes into perpetuity. So present valuing that is not very meaningful. So and 76 tax is used predominantly to support transit operations.
Well, we have Measure B, 2000 Measure B money, 2008 measure. So will they? Oh, you're getting to that. Thank you.
I was getting that. I started with 76 because it's the oldest tax, and that's the one that's a pretty unique tax. As I said, it goes into perpetuity. 2000 Measure A tax, again, is a little bit different because the tax, although the measure passed in 2000, but tax collection started in 2006, and that will sunset in 2036. So we have already collected taxes for nearly half of the life of the measure. And one of the major projects that was going to be funded by that was BART Phase 1 and Phase 2 as well. But Phase 1 is now ready for revenue service, so Phase 1 is not impacted by that. So, and a portion of that, about 20.75% of that, is used for operations. So it's a little bit of a different animal. And the other one is the 2016 I've already talked about, and the 2008 Measure B, which is a 1/8 cent tax that is used solely to fund BART operations and maintenance. There again, the story is a little bit different because that tax was, measure was passed in 2008, but however, the revenue collections started only in 2012. So we have been collecting revenues on that for the last 8 years without any meaningful expenditures on that. So we have a balance of $410 million on that as of date to cushion any downturns, if you will. So it's a little bit different for each one of them. And reason I projected, or talked about 2016 Measure B, it's one of the newer taxes. And that's a tax we had done a study on. I'm sure, VTA had done a similar forecast whenever the previous measures were put in place, but this is a little bit more recent. That's why I chose to amplify this.
So is there taking place right now a 10-year plan for Measure B expenditures? And will that be adjusted based on your new forecast?
I mean, 2016 Measure B, it's again, the way the revenues are allocated is a little bit unique. It's codified in the measure or the ordinance as well as the board resolution. The board and the staff did contemplate increases or declines in revenues over a 30-year period. So it's not a fixed dollar amount that will be allocated to any program, but a ratio or a percentage of what revenues we get over the 30-year. So that if the economic outlook changes, that same percentage will generate more dollars. If it declines, it would give less. So to answer your question, we had a 10-year outlay based on our previous projections. We will revise that soon based on this one.
So that's a work in progress right now?
I'm sorry, sir?
Is that a work in progress, the 10-year?
That is correct. I mean, this forecast literally I received Monday evening and took us a day and a half to digest information so we could present this to the board.
Now, we just passed a Measure B for pedestrian, bike, and ped. Will those numbers be affected, or is it the dollar amount versus the percentages?
The percentage won't be affected for any one of them. Bike and pedestrian is 4%. That will not change. It's 4% of revenues we get over the 30 years.
Okay, thank you very much. Helpful.
Thank you. Mayor Liccardo?
Thank you. Really appreciate the presentation. I'm just trying to understand the number, the magnitude of the drop here a bit, Raj. I mean, it looks like it's roughly 17, 18% in net present value. If you were just to, this is a 30-year measure, right? The 2016 measure?
That's correct.
Okay, so let's say we just got rid of the net present value calculation and just looked at 30 separate years, and you assumed this recession was going to take 10% off sales tax for the next 3 years. You'd never come up with a, you know, in just base numbers, anything remotely near a 17 or 18% drop in the total, right? You'd come up with something like, I don't know, 1% or something, 2%. Can you help explain to me why is it you see such a severe drop in the net present value over a long period of time because of one recession, which obviously is a very steep, serious recession, but we expect to have recessions over 30 years anyway, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what am I missing?
Yeah, those are excellent questions. That's why I said Monday evening when I got this, it took me well over 24 hours to fully digest information, understand the information. One of the things, you know, I think you said it, it's a 30-year measure, and usually any long-term forecast does not include any recessionary scenarios. That's kind of what I guess you alluded to, because they even out over a long period of time. But the issue is how early in the tax collection period the recession hits. If you recall, Mayor, 2000 Measure A, I started at VTA in 2014, October 2014, and at that point, the previous forecast for 2000 Measure A was in excess of 14 billion. However, when we did a reforecast in 2014, that turned out to be 7.4 billion, half of what the previous forecast was, because the previous forecast was done in the dot-com era around 2000 or so. So they were extremely aggressive in their forecast. That's when that was done. So, I mean, it dropped by 50%. So, I mean, this is not such a deep, decline or a steep decline. The issue is if you look at that in nominal terms. For example, if you just look at in 2015, when UCLA did a forecast without present value in nominal terms, it was expected to generate about $11 billion over a 30-year period. And you discount that by 3.1%, that's what the discount rate we had used at that point, brought us back to about 6.3. We used two different discount rates, one using the sales tax growth, the other one using the CPI at that point. So it was a range of 6 to 6.5, then we settled on 6.3 because that was somewhere in between the two. Now, the current forecast, if I just look at the nominal dollar amounts for the 30-year period, it's a little over 8 billion. Again, struggled with what discount rate should we use. We used the same 3.1%, so we could make an apples-to-apples comparison. Use 3.1% in 2015, use the same discount rate now. That's how we came up with 5.2. I mean, if we change the discount rate to, let's say, 1.9%, which is the projected growth rate, that difference would not be that steep. It would be a lot less. If we used 1.9, probably we're looking at a PV of about 5.6 or 5.7 billion. So that hopefully that explains. In other words, we should not get. This is just discussion purposes and planning purposes, we should not get
Yeah.
too hung up on, my God, it's down by such a big amount, because things can change. One thing, I'm not an economist. I hope there are no economists listening on this. One thing we all know about economists, they're seldom right.
They say that about politicians too.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Raj, so then the 3.1% discount rate that you use, is that based on a risk-free cost of capital? How do you guys get to that?
No, it is not. It is not. I mean, the risk-free rate right now is almost zero.
It's much lower. Yeah, much lower.
It's almost
Yeah.
zero. I mean,
Right.
the T-bill rate, it's almost zero. No, it's not. It's the same growth rate or the discount rate we had used in 2017 to PV. That I use the same discount rate. That's why I said if I use risk-free rate like you said,
yeah,
we would be looking at 7 billion, and that would kind of distort the picture a little bit.
Right. Okay. I think I understand a little better. So I won't panic. I'm breathing deeply. Thank you for the explanation.
No, I just not for create a panic. I mean, this is at least in the near term for everybody to plan. This is a good planning tool, at least in the near term, because if not a 30-year forecast, I'm almost reasonably confident their forecast for the next few years will be pretty close to reality. So,
Thank you for that. Are there any other comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I just want to make an observation, and that is that it's interesting that there are many tools that are trying to assess the implications and impacts of what we're going through. And I really appreciate Raj, and Franklin really looking at what the UCLA Anderson School too. I do think that we're gonna have to figure out a way, and I'm not sure the best tool to do this, but I am very interested in us keeping this as a standing item on the for the board meetings, in part because it is really it's really going to guide so many other things that are happening. And I think, and the other thing I think is that the money that's coming down from the federal government, the role that the implications for VTA, there are just a lot of moving pieces. And the more I think we talk to the board about what we anticipate, the more I think the board will understand all those pieces and be able to be very informed as we move forward. And I'm happy to talk to our general manager to be able to think a little bit about that. I really do think this is also going to be a big body of work for admin and finance, and we're going to need to really strategize about how this goes through our committees. So I'll work with our general manager on that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I want to just share with you, I may have mentioned this at prior board meetings and possibly at ANF, that it is our intent to provide an update given the situation that we're currently in with COVID and the impact on the economy and what that is and how that is reflected, not only on our sales tax and our ballot measures, but also on the funding we receive from the state and then possibly from the federal government. I don't want to jump too far ahead here, but Raj, these forecasts that we do, if we do them monthly, there's going to be so many different changes that it may send a distorted view of what the actual focus should be on. But clearly, I appreciate what you're saying, and we will bring information to the best of our ability. But we want to make sure that as we talk about forecasts and doing a present value on a 30-year funding source, that it will change, and if we start following all those different targets, it may send the wrong message as to how we're planning and how we're moving forward with projects.
And let me be more precise with what I'm asking. What I'm suggesting is that there are a number of elements that the staff has to evaluate in order to help the board make decisions about the budget. And one of the points that was made earlier by one of our colleagues, and it may have been John, is that the way all of these issues are overlaid is something that I think is going to give us an opportunity to take specific elements and update the board on a monthly basis on something specific, so that when you bring budget adjustments and changes together, the board understands the elements that are being considered. So for example, we have to remind people, I know you all know this like the back of your hand, but we have to remind people, here are all the taxes we receive. Here's what's different about the way the districts receive taxes and the way the cities receive taxes, that kind of thing. And then I think the state budget, the federal budget, our ridership, every one of our inputs is going to be impacted in a different way. So I just think it's an opportunity to have people more educated. But I appreciate very much the point you raised, Nodia, that we wouldn't want the forecast every month, but we may want to take a look at other in the way other institutions are looking at the forecast. For example, both PERS and STIRS and those organizations they're using different tools. I don't know what the right one is going to be, but I'm just mindful that these are the board's going to have to be a lot more engaged, and we just have to think about the best way to do it. And it may be admin and finance, but I'm really more than happy to have that conversation offline. I think you raised a good point, Nodia, that you could follow it. It would be like chasing the tail of a dog, and that's not really what I'm hoping to do.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. So with that, we're going to move on to our next item, and this is our general manager's report.
Yeah. And thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good evening to all of you, or good night at this point. So what I want to do is I want to update you on our ongoing response to the COVID-19 pandemic and the plans that we are putting in place to reopen service. So one thing we know is that everything from small business to education will look very different, and so will our public transportation, because more people are continuing to work remotely or stagger their work time in office buildings, people that we were counting on as commuters. So we're learning how the post-pandemic behaviors will begin to affect mobility and the demand for transit services. And to that end, we're working collaboratively with other transit agencies in the region and across the country, by that matter, regarding best practices and data sharing. We know that restoring trust in public transit is going to be critical. It's going to be paramount, and it's going to require us assuring the public that we're doing our part to be clean, safe, and responsive. And we're also counting on the public to do their part when they're riding transportation, public transportation. Next slide. So what I've done, I shared with you all last month that I was creating 2 internal working groups. They're currently working hyper-focused on creating a framework that's going to help ensure that the recovery strategies are coordinated throughout our organization, and that they're in line with what the other transit agencies in the region are doing. We heard earlier, are we coordinating schedules to make sure that as one system is departing, the other one is not arriving, that they're coming in on time. So that takes a lot of discussion and almost precision level of exchanging of data. So VTA's success will be based on how well we deliver on these key outcomes outlined before you. In the slides that follow, I'm going to detail how we expect to achieve the drivers to attract, retain, and grow ridership, protect the health and safety of customers and employees, and also other key outcomes focused on our financing. We heard a bit about that, customer needs, innovations in technology, and our marketing and communication efforts. So as we advance the work, recommendations will evolve throughout the recovery phase, but by working together, our system will be prepared to respond to changing conditions in a well-coordinated way. And when I say working together, it's not just VTA employees, but VTA employees engaging the public, our stakeholders and users, and those who are contemplated whether they're going to be using public transportation. Next slide. So even during normal times, outside of this health pandemic, we strove to attract, retain, and grow ridership. As you know, we have a very robust campaign on marketing. So what we're doing now is, given these changes because of COVID, we needed to take the pulse of the community, and I engaged EMC Corporation to conduct a research on not only the current Clipper users, Clipper customers, but also to get a sense of the community as a whole and the businesses that are along our light rail and in proximity to our bus routes, to just understand what their plans are for coming back and for reopening. It's the results of the survey. It should be in this weekend, and it's my intent to have the presentation on the findings at the June 19th meeting. And the goal, as you all may know, is to really assess the people's intent of their future of transit and mobility needs, and also to be able to support the staff as we're planning and making arrangements to meet a level of demand. We're going to be focusing on attitudes and perceptions because those are the ones that are going to be the best predictors of future behavior. And we're also hearing a good level of engagement has taken place to the questions. So that's good. So we're hoping for really robust feedback from the public. Next slide, another major theme of our reopening plan is public health and safety. We know the number one concern, the riding public, is, are we clean enough? And so we're cleaning and we're sanitizing our buses and our trains and our facilities. We're providing sanitizing stations for employees, and we're increasing the frequency with which we clean our vehicles while they're out in the field. We've been hearing from the public, is it around the clock cleaning? And we're cleaning as much as we can and as fast as we can. So we will continue to develop protocols based on the guidelines from health experts, because those are the ones that we need to rely on. But we're also looking at best practices in the industry. Many of our peers are posting their own recovery plans online, and we're drawing from those. And we also want to be flexible and adaptive so that we can respond to changing conditions. We know what we know today, but things are changing so rapidly that we want to be able to be nimble and responsive. Next slide. So in addition to the stepped up cleaning and sanitizing regimens of our employees, there are other safety initiatives that must go hand in hand with getting the public to trust in transit. We have heavily promoted social distancing with messages and signage. We require face coverings while riding public transit, and it's mandated by the county. We're also outfitting our buses with clear plastic and polycarbonate barriers, and we showed you some of that last time. And here it is again, to provide that safety between the passengers and the fare collection once we start collecting fares. We're also coordinating with the county's Office of Supportive Housing, and we heard a comment from the public earlier on that, so that we can work together to identify appropriate shelter for non-destination homeless riders. This is going to be very important given the social distancing that we are required to observe on our buses and on our trains, and the ability of the assets that we have, so that we don't leave people behind and not have enough buses to respond to those who cannot be accommodated. Security procedures are going to be continuously reviewed because of ever-changing health guidelines, and all the while prioritizing a healthy workforce who, as frontline employees, have received priority testing for COVID-19. And I want to pause here and give a shout out to our operators and our maintenance personnel and our outreach personnel, because they're out there every day and they are our heroes and sheroes. Next slide. We heard on the financial stability and how important that is. It's going to be essential, not only for our existence, but also for our ability to continue providing the level of service that we currently have been providing. As you all know, even with the shelter in place and focusing primarily on the essential workers going to their essential jobs, we maintain a 100% system coverage. And that's because we don't know where all the essential workers live, and we want to make sure that they have a way of getting to where they need to go. I'm not going to spend too much time talking about CARES Act and all of that, because we heard a bit of that earlier. And I think you are very familiar now with what our income stream looks like and what we're projecting. But one positive step that I want to report is that we resumed the collection of the tolls on express lanes on June 1st. And Franklin mentioned that. I hope it didn't go unnoticed. That is significant because that has been generating a steady stream of funding to VTA that's not only going to be used for improving the toll lanes, but also can be applied to our operations. Next slide. The next theme, which gets to the heart of reopening plan, is the delivery of service. So we must plan for a coordinated restoration of transit services in a way that ensures access for transit-dependent riders, focusing on our paratransit and then also on our disabled and elderly, increase the frequency of buses and trains to accommodate for limited capacity, make that accommodation, and then also to minimize the gaps in service among our communities. So the following slides will review our initial transit service recovery plan in much more detail. Next slide. The temporary COVID-19 transit network that was implemented in March will continue on through February of 2021. Limited service will increase this coming June 8th, as was mentioned earlier. So that is that our light rail will operate till 9 p.m. And it will match our bus service. And then light rail will begin operating on weekends starting on June 13th. So that will be a slow restoration of our system with the weekend light rail and extending the weekday hours. And then we will be restoring the express service through our Express Bus Partnership Program. Next slide. System-wide service increases on August 10, and which will coincide with the start of school season when we anticipate some demand from school service at the colleges, middle and high schools. And also they'll be limited for August to other additional service frequencies and hours as ridership demand across our system slowly ramps up. And we'll continue to monitor that and coordinate regionally. Restoration of nearly all routes that were suspended in March, expansion of service hours for most of our routes in the system, and also to improve the frequency of service for many routes. The plan is for community outreach in the early fall of this year to present all of these changes. Next slide. VTA is working with the Enlightened Robotics, which is a demonstrated product. Once we have a contract, the product will be piloted at the Cerrone Yard. So this mobile UV solution could sterilize a bus in 30 minutes. I didn't have a chance to view it today, but it was they were doing a demonstration at Cerrone Yard this morning. These pictures were captured by those who were able to go to the demonstration. And I think that this is a way where technology can help us do things faster as it relates to the cleanliness and eradication of germs and viruses on our system. Another, next slide, another solution we're working on is on the sterilization of the air by using UV lights in the air ducts. Bus Engineering designed a custom UV sterilization system that could be installed inside the air ventilation system. And a prototype is being built as we speak and should be completed this month. And I can't wait to see it so that we can do a demonstration and maybe some of you will be able to view it in person. Next slide. We're also working with a company that has developed a coating that can be sprayed on surfaces that will kill bacteria and viruses on the surfaces for up to 3 months. So when it's applied properly, the microcrystalline structure is formed over the surface as it dries off, and billions of spikes from a covalent bond, essentially creating a new surface, kind of like a glove, that is deadly to microorganisms, but unnoticeable to humans and completely safe to the touch. And that's the image at the top right. As unwanted cells attempt to attack the surface, its membrane punctures and destroys via a mechanical kill. That's the phrase that is used. And that image is to the bottom, the cell being destroyed by spikes on the surface. Next slide. Since the onset of the pandemic, we immediately turned to our marketing. As some of you may remember, we put out a series of messages. One of them, Northworthy, was the mask and what we're doing and our cleaning, just to make sure that our passengers knew that we were on top of this. And the information about staying safe on transit, that is the message that we drove then and will continue to drive. One of the most important things we can do is to let our customers know all that we're doing as often as we can, and all that it requires us to provide the level of safety and the cleanliness that they demand. And that's why our communication is going to be frequent and it's going to be intense. We continue to develop and implement marketing strategies, relying on social media, internal and external communications, because we also want to communicate with our employees as we're welcoming them back to their workspaces at both our headquarters and in our yard facilities. And we want to be responsive to customers to meet their expectations. The VTA Copy Center and the Creative Services Department worked with our marketing department to create all kinds of communication materials. So when you visit our River Oaks facility and some of our other yard offices, and then of course on our buses and trains, you'll see a series of posters and flyers and information directing actions that each individual can take to preserve safety and cleanliness in the system. And we're relying on the regular channels of communication, both social media, the TV and radio and commercials. Our customer service staff is doing a great job collecting data that helps us understand how we can continue enhancing our customers' experience. So every time our customers call in, give us recommendations and suggestions, we take those into account as we continue to frame and improve on not only on our messaging, but also on the quality of the service. Next slide. To conclude, I talked about what we're doing. So to conclude, we need everyone to do their part, and we're certainly doing ours. We've enhanced the cleaning and sanitizing our buses, trains, stations, and facilities multiple times a day. We're providing sanitizing stations for employees, and we have increased the frequency with which we're cleaning our vehicles. And the reason I'm repeating this, I think it's worth repeating. When our mechanics are called out to the field to deal with problems, they're equipped with bleach cleaning solution and rags to wipe down surfaces. And our trains are clean each time they reach the end of the line. We have we're promoting social distancing. We're enforcing face coverings, we're requiring it, essential travel and other important customer messaging, and installing the barriers for our operators for better protection. We have the temporary barriers and we're moving towards permanent barriers. So that will be the next phase. Next slide. We, of course, are counting on the public to do its part to decide to ride or to continue to use public transit as their mobility choice. And so we're asking you, public, to adhere to the social distancing guidelines and wear face coverings when you're riding bus and trains. To ensure that the travel conforms to county health orders. This is not VTA, but this is really working together and following county orders. And to let us know through your feedback how we can improve, how we can do better. So as we move forward into uncharted waters, we need to know what people's commutes will look like. And we hope that they can help us. I am considering creating a portal on our website so that businesses who want to voluntarily share with us what their plans are, that would help us do a better job at not only meeting their demands, but be prepared for a ramp up in the demand for our services. And with that, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for your patience through this period of time. This is all new for all of us. We did not have a playbook for this level and this intensity of the effect of a health pandemic on public transportation. And as a matter of fact, on all of our lives, everything has been upended, but we are working together. I also want to take this opportunity to thank all the stakeholders that participated in our town hall. Several of them are on the line with us today at this board meeting. And it's really through your feedback and your continuous sharing of information and practices and suggestions that we can provide a better service for all. So thanks again, Madam Chair. That concludes my report.
Thank you. And I also, Nuria, wanted to say thank you to the men and women who work for VTA and so many people who stayed on the street when it was really, really scary to do that. And also, Nuria, to you and the senior staff that really took the safety of the passengers and our staff so seriously. And I just want to really honor the work that you and your team have done. So thank you for that. I'm going to go to the public, and we have a couple of comments from public speakers. So we'll take those, and then I'll go to my colleagues for questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sean, you may speak now.
One thing about the ventilation on buses and trains, it's interesting that you're doing the ultraviolet sterilization lighting. The other thing, I mean, the staleness of the air and the time that people are exposed to that stale air, it seems to be, from the studies that I've read, are major risk factors for COVID-19. So if you're in an indoor environment where there's not enough air exchange between the outside and you're in that environment for a long time, that's something that is highly predictive of an infection risk. And I'd love to know if there are any configurable settings on the ventilation systems for the buses where you can, turn that up, even though it might in ordinary times be less efficient. I guess you would have thought about this kind of stuff as well, or if they can be retrofitted with, higher, more efficient ventilation systems, that would be something very interesting to look at. That's all.
Thank you.
Big man, you may speak now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for the check. Thank you for the report. I wanted to comment, in our COVID-19 world that we're now living in. I try to work hard. I'm trying to work hard to find the thread of what we used to do before COVID-19 and what we can do now and into the future of COVID-19. And so I really like, as always, my positive sustainability ideas. I think that's an important, I call them positive sustainability. They're really meant as really positive and really sustainable. And so I thank you for your report today. With the issues of sustainable housing, that was an issue pre-COVID-19 that I think was gathering a whole community of good support from all sides of the community. And with the COVID-19 happening, it seems like you're starting again and just starting at your 60% median income level ideas. And I hope you're asking maybe in some way to rally ourselves to ask the sort of questions of, can we say very low income and low income housing for your future of affordable housing stuff. And that's the sort of positive, sustainable stuff that I hope we can work at again. And that's our good roadmap, and those are our good practices. And to start that up again is it could be so nice and important for us. And thank you. And yeah, good luck with the MTC commissioner being a part. I hope his voice can create an open sense of neutrality, a neutralness and an openness, how we can all talk about the many ideas of CHSR throughout the Bay Area that's possible. And thank you for that as well. And that's about all for myself. And
Eugene, you may go ahead, please.
Evening, everybody. This is Eugene Bradley, Silicon Valley Transit users. One concern that I had expressed, I'm going to reiterate that during one of the committees last week regarding ridership recovery, the slogans that are used. In particular, VTA 1B, an essential service for essential workers. I understand that this is still going to be ongoing throughout all of COVID-19, though. They will need to repivot that message to be more inclusive, to have a more inclusive slogan. Give you one example right off the bat from my own experience with New Jersey Transit. It's the way to go. Includes everybody. Doesn't have to worry about excluding any group or whatever. You want it that's normally excluded. Also, I'm continuing to encourage the board to continue prioritizing public transit, especially when our valley fully recovers from COVID-19. And also, I want to also reiterate the issue that we need at minimum to make sure we to do a better job in actually providing more time connections, in particular connections between bus to BART and then BART back to bus. That's going to be especially important come June 13th. It'll do no good when BART has no time connection to and from the 500 serving downtown San Jose, and such lack of connections could end up being a complete failure for the entire project. Nobody wants to see that happen. So just a lot of things to think about and act upon. Thank you.
Okay. So we have no other comments from the public. Are there any comments or questions from the board? Seeing none, I'm going to move on then to item 8.1a. This is an information item that we have, I don't think we have we just have something written in our packets.
Director Chavez?
Yes.
Hey, this is Magdalena.
Yes.
And I had my hand raised, but maybe.
Oh, I'm sorry. It didn't come up.
I don't know. I'm having a lot of difficulties with my technology right now. If I could just make a quick.
And then Jeannie, got it. Okay.
Thank you so much for the report. It's always helpful to see what our staff is doing, and you've done such a great job, Nuria. And one of the things that I wanted to ask was, is there an opportunity as you are, as you're advertising or sending out the message regarding social distancing and COVID-19, is there an opportunity to also advertise or announce or get the message out to our riders about the importance of testing, and maybe put up the county's website so that they can look to see where they can get tested?
We can absolutely do that. That's not a problem. I know that the county has created a series of posters in multiple language and other type of materials available that we could probably display as part of our public service on car cards in our buses and on our trains. But I do not believe, and I'm looking at Chair Chavez, I do not believe it would be a problem for us to add the links to the various sites, especially in Valley Medical locations on our website.
Nuria, may I ask Magdalena just a follow up to that?
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, the other thing that we should take a look at is the Eastridge, your office on Eastridge, because we're doing pop-up testing for like 3-day increments. And part of what we need is access to a cool place to store the samples once they're taken, just so that we, but anyway, you have that office over.
Yes. We do. I'm sorry to interrupt. Yes, absolutely. That should not be a problem. Yes, the Eastridge location is where we handle all of our paratransit dispatching, and we tend to the customers. As a matter of fact, that's where they're going to be getting their renewing their VTA passes. So clearly, that's an opportunity. I believe that David Hill or Andrew Burke are on this virtual meeting, and we'll be happy to follow up with you to get more details.
Great, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, if I could just finish up. So I think that's great, especially as we start seeing more folks, as we start seeing our increase in ridership and people are coming out of their homes and they're becoming more active and are starting to go back to work. I know that VMC has testing as well, but I don't want to neglect the other 3 sites that we have currently, at least in San Jose. And I know that Supervisor Chavez and Supervisor Cortese are working on opening up more sites, but at least to be able to get that website up somewhere, displayed somewhere, I think it would just be great to be able to channel people into a mindset that testing is going to be one of the most critical elements in our recovery.
Yes, I agree, and we will do what we can. I know that all the cities are also uploading information. So as we're serving throughout the entire county, we're happy to have that information on our moving billboards, as I described them, our buses and trains, and then have it on our website. And hopefully all of the members of our board that are that have their own websites to communicate with their constituents can also include those links. I think, you know, and I am speaking, preaching to the choir, but we all understand the significance of getting tested. I got tested, and I think that, and I've encouraged all of my executive team to be tested as well. I think that the more of us understand where we are with this virus, we can take swifter action and help the county help us reduce the spread.
Agree. Thank you so much. Thank you, Supervisor Chavez.
You bet. Jeannie?
Yeah, so first of all, I really wanted to express my appreciation, Anuria, to you, your entire staff, but all of our line workers. You know, sometimes we lose sight of it really, although it feels forever because we've been sheltering in place, it really wasn't that long ago when we were forced to turn on a dime. And, you know, even when you show these pictures and you'll show them again and again, there's a lot of effort that has gone into it, and actually a lot of creativity in terms of trying to get good solutions in place to make it safe for our own employees, but for our passengers. In the public comment, somebody made a comment about, you know, the signs in terms of, you know, if it's not essential, what are you doing here? I have a question about that, not for that reason, but given that tomorrow non-essential activity is now going to be allowed, is it safe to assume that the messaging is going to change to keep pace with the fact that, you know, you can now actually go visit retail? You know, you can do in-store shopping at retail and at shopping centers, et cetera. And I would think that some of our routes do take people closer to shopping centers. And there are people who may be, you know, even though we still need to do social distancing and such, I would assume we still have people that are, you know, ready for some retail therapy, I guess, as they say.
Right, and if I may, absolutely yes to your point. But the one reality that we have to measure that against is the fact that we can no longer carry 25 to 30 people on our buses, not right now. And so therefore, in as much as individuals can make a decision on the time of day that they want to commute, that they want to move on public transit, that would help as well. Those who are trying to get to work will be the first group in the mornings, and if you have discretion in your travel to try to do that when we're not displacing those who actually have to meet obligations to help, and many of them are going to hospitals and grocery stores and other places where they have to provide services to others. So the message is going to change. It's not going to be about, if you're not essential, you shouldn't be here. But we don't want to lose sight of the fact that we are not at a point yet in this process to open up the buses for everyone to board. So we want to make sure the public is working with us as we take the assets that we have and provide services as a priority to those that need to get to work, and then to those who have discretion that they can use it the rest of the day.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right, which is kind of why I brought up the comment about creativity and such, because every couple of weeks you have to be you got to be creative again as we get new orders, right? Yeah. So, but thank you again for all that you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to now go to 81A, but I think this is already in our packets. So there's no comments on this item. Am I right, Nuria?
That's correct.
Okay. And I don't have any public comment on the written materials. So I'm going to move on then to item 8.2. I don't have a report. I'm going to move on then to item 8.3, and this is items of concern and referral to the administration. Are there any items of concern or referral from my colleagues? Supervisor Cortese?
Yes, Chair Chavez and to our executive director, can we get whatever the protocols are for facilities namings, particularly thinking of the stations that are opening? I think there was somebody commenting with some kind of a notion earlier, very early in the meeting. I don't know if those have been discussed in any committee or anywhere publicly, you know, to the broader public, but my office is already getting inquiries from groups that are organizing, wanting to pursue petitioning for station naming, and whether that has to be done through VTA, through BART, none of the above, or whatever the protocols and options are. I would just like to ask, by way of referral, that come back to us at the next meeting here for discussion.
Mr. Cortese, I'm sorry, but I apologize. I did not understand what you said at the very beginning. So not certain what the protocols are that you're asking us to consider.
For facilities namings, the names.
Oh, the naming. I'm so sorry. So yes, for the naming of facilities, yeah, we can bring back to you the information that we have from BART as to what was adopted by their board, and the board did in fact delegate to staff to. And I guess at this point, what I'll say is, we should definitely have a presentation to this board, because it keeps coming up as something that we are delinquent or deficient in doing. And I believe that we've followed all of the requisite steps. But Bernice, if you're still with us and you want to provide a quick response, if not, we'll be happy to come back at the June 19th meeting with more information.
And my request would be that, oh, I'm sorry, Dave.
I was going to say through the chair, it's not agendized.
Yeah, I'd rather have the conversation when it is.
I appreciate the offer. I think would be unfair to the public to want a discussion. I think the whole idea on my part is to allow some broad dissemination of whatever that process is for the public, at a VTA board meeting, and just as an informational item for now. We're getting inquiries, not blame inquiries, Nuria, just inquiries. How do you do it? How is that supposed to happen? So that's what I'm looking for. Thank you.
Any other colleagues want for something for referral? The only thing I wanted to take a deeper dive at is I am really concerned about the speed of traffic, and I think the bare streets for so long have created a kind of a Wild West, at least in the part of the community I live in terms of speeding and driving really fast, and it got me thinking a lot about our first last mile and people walking and being on bikes. And so one of the things that I wanted to take a look at was how we can be more assertive in our last mile strategies, that where people are walking or they're on bicycles. And I'll share with my colleagues that I have some thoughts. I'll send them over, Nuria, to you, and I'll copy all my colleagues just so you know what I'm taking a look at. I'd like to see whether or not that's something that you may already have somebody, you said this earlier, who's already working on this, so it may not be a new idea. All right, thank you. And then I'm going to go on to item 8.4. Are there any announcements from any of my colleagues? Dave, did you have an announcement? No problem. I just want to anybody else have an announcement? All right, then we're going to go to closed session. Nobody try to run away, especially those of you who changed my routine tonight, who are all staying for closed session. No running away. So you all have a link in your that you should have gotten from staff. We're going to recommend that you you can either stop and sign back in, or put your mic on mute and stop your video and then jump over to the other meeting. Thank you.
Chair, this is Jeannie Bruins, and I am going to be stepping out and not returning.
Chair, you're on mute.
Thank you.
All right, just a reminder to everybody, the calendar invite says 8 o'clock. So if you just click that, then there's a link to join it by Teams. If you need the call-in number, please text me and I can provide that to you. All right, watching. All right.
All right, we're waiting for everybody to come back.
Okay, and Chair, you're there, so I'm going to let you carry this ball.
Thank you. We're now back in open session. Do we have enough people, Elaine? You're on mute.
Yes, Madam Chair, you do.
Great. So Evelyn, General Counsel, will provide the closed session report.
There were no reportable actions taken in closed session, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Then we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Be safe and be well.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Thanks, everybody. Good night.
Good night.
Night.
All right, we're gonna stop the meeting for everybody now. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Leave.